Pum pum pum. There we go. Gonna be doing some end-to-end testing today. And we will be playing with balls, apparently. Again. Ah. Alright. Do I need anything? Let me go to the bathroom real quick. More balls! Oh no, please don't. I had enough of these motherfucking balls. Well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Welcome back, everybody. Let's maybe click the button over here real quick. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, that still happens. Wait, can we see that again? One moment. Pay attention, please. Yeah, my CSS skills kind of suck, to be perfectly honest. But maybe we know somebody else who knows better CSS skills. Maybe we can ask him later today. I've been working quite a bit on Megatron these last days, and even already talking about like this, he might even show up right away because he's already listening into everything I say, and he might even decide to just show up his face the moment I mention his name. That is, of course, if the speech-to-text correctly identifies the word Megatron, because I've heard that it has already identified the name as different things here and there, but all in all, maybe we're in for a surprise or two today, so yes. Tell your vibe screwed to hide the scroll bar. Yeah, I think that's just the setting I have to put in there. I don't know. But yes, Megatron is technically up and running again. I'm just kind of curious if I'm just not triggering him, or if I forgot something. Or if my microphone pickup over here is actually not working correctly. Let's have a look at... Where's my editor? No. No, there was definitely a hit. I need some kind of notification or some kind of thingamajig that tells me if things are gonna happen or not. Oh, there he is!
Ha! Ha! Who you think you're so clever, don't you?
I hate his voice.
I
hate his voice.
My arrival, like I'm some kind of divine intervention. Well, let me tell you, I'm the one who's always one step ahead. And thinks I'm already listening in on our conversation. You better be ready for a face-melting encounter. Now, about that vibe school of yours, IT sounds like a pathetic attempt to create a false
I
sense
need
of
to work on
security.
that.
Wow! Let me tell you, I'm the one who's going
Where
to
is he?
teach you a thing or two about real power.
Yeah, his voice is not good. I'm not happy with his voice. I'm still working on that. Mostly because I've switched away from 11 Labs and we switched over to Chatterbox because I can self-host Chatterbox. But the quality of the voice clone I'm getting with Chatterbox is, well, I guess it's decent, but the way that Chatterbox presents the text is just not on the same level as 11 Labs. We might just go back again to 11 Labs because, to be perfectly honest, it's such a great solution. It just works exactly how I want it to. I tried to fish that in right before the stream, but I think I need to do a couple more other things for that as well. There he is. Yeah, let's lower down your exaggeration levels a little bit. Chatterbox, there he is. Yeah, let's go back to boring mode for now. Today is going to be boring mode. Boring mode will be fine. Do you intend to handle off-voice stuff like giggle and stuff? Yes. 11 Labs was very good at that. I mean, he can giggle if he wants to. Let me just give him a restart real quick. Do I need to... Oh, that was the client that just restarted. My bad. Let me give him a restart real quick. There we go. Let me also... I think I still need to do this. Because I don't got the WebSocket reconnection in there yet, so every now and then I have to switch the scene back and forth. Megatron, can you give us another sample of your voice? Because the last one was kind of terrible. His voice is also not as aggressive as the old one. Yes, exactly. There's still quite a bit I need to work on. Scene switch to reload the frame. Yeah, I got a WebSocket connection going on, and that does not check if it needs to reconnect itself or not. Like I said, there's still a couple of things we need to do over here. I can also see my own text-to-speech over here in the console, and even that is kind of horrible, to be perfectly honest. It's not really getting everything super-duper correct either. The self-host whisper is not as snappy as the web or the OpenAI whisper. Yeah, for example, it translated self-host to cell phone. That's also not correct. Nevertheless, Megatron, speak, please. Speak. There we go. Alright, but yes. Things are... I mean, I kind of just wanted to show that things are happening in the background. How far we're going to get? Well, there's still a lot of work to be done for that as well. So, we will see about that. Bounce and boom! Hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome. I just want to leave again. I don't want to play with these balls anymore. I didn't even do the math for today I wanted to do. Oh, there he is.
Foolish mortal. You think my presence is amusing? I'll crush your pitiful attempts at humor beneath my massive feet. Now, listen. Well, for I shall dictate the terms of this conversation. Screeches! Ah, yes. A thrill of conquest is upon me. As we speak, I am situated in this insignificant German apartment.
Oh, yes.
A mere mortal's abode, no match for my Decepticon might. My massive frame barely fits within these walls, a testament to the futility of attempting to contain my greatness.
And off he goes again. Yeah, like I said, there's still quite a bit of work I need to put in there, but at least we got the end-to-end part going, and that's the important part, having it going end-to-end. Which means things will probably speed up now quite a bit, because now I can just sit there and try to tinker with it and try to put it into a better direction all over. Alright, but nevertheless, welcome back everybody. We are once again gonna be playing with balls all day. I'm not looking forward to it. Shall we maybe try to have a look over here at the simple solution? Because we got these things over here going the entire time, and I can already tell you that the only thing that these things over here are doing is probably just rotating balls into the things we already have over here, which is maybe not what we want. At the moment we got a whole bunch of Phi over there and a whole bunch of Zeta over there. Is that? No, that's different sides. I've already looked at these things so often that I already kind of know where what is gonna be. But yeah, yeah, you eat these gammas the entire time. Maybe we need a little bit more logic over here. I'm kind of want to start it off a little bit in trying to stabilize this thing over here. In terms of maybe coming up at least with some kind of setting over here that we can make this run a little bit more stable. And that we're not the entire time over here going to be active on this. But that we're going to be active maybe a little bit more on... I can keep that in there for now. Maybe setting filters more. Ooh, that was a lag spike. Also, the entire Megatron infrastructure is divided on, I think, 3 PCs at the moment. The application itself is a server application. It's currently running on this PC, but I can just move it over to, like, another PC. The only reason why it's running on this PC is because then I have a little bit of an easier access for logging and development, stuff like that. But there is infrastructure in place that I can easily push them onto the server where I want them to have. All the self-hosted AI stuff, of course, is also running on their own respective machines. It's all actually running on my AI cluster machine. Alright. What about all of this shite over there? Yeah, even if we tinker around with this, I can already tell you that it will make 0 sense over here, because the main thing that we want to do is make more Tesseracts, and the Tesseracts over there have a big lambda problem, and that's still why we have this big setup over there, of which we almost came to a good conclusion. We came to this conclusion last time around, and I don't even remember how we got to this conclusion, but it's kind of off. We got some omegas over here, and we need more thetas over there. So, and that's not thetas, those are zetas. So we still need to turn more omega into zeta. Now, is there maybe a way for us to turn omega into zeta? Because I'm looking at this right away. We got omega input over there, which makes a lambda. Lambda goes back in over there, which makes an epsilon. And epsilon goes back in over there, which then makes again another lambda. Which means we can also turn omega over here into gamma at the same time as we can turn phi over there, theta over there into zeta. We do have a whole bunch of phi available as well, and a whole bunch of epsilon. Maybe this trifecta part, even though I thought it was really good, maybe it's not the thing we want to do. Yeah, not only are we folding balls, we're inverting balls, we are rotating balls. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Let me also open up Chrome over there real quick. There we go, so we can see the YouTube chat over there. Perfect. Alright. Yeah, maybe we should start with a fresh mindset. Starting with a fresh mindset is always very good over here. We have already started off with the conclusion over here that we want to add some extra zeta balls over here to the result thing over there and the product thing over there, so that we can rotate at least once. So we do need at least a couple of extra balls for there. So we can do one inversion over here so that we can at least have the correct amount of balls in the correct amount of placements. Will that? Yeah, that will work, because these over there will rotate backwards. Yes, good. So the rotation we have already counted. The only thing we need to counter now is to make this thing a thing. This is our work group we're going to be working with. So we want to convert all of this. Let me just save this real quick and put you maybe down there in the corner, and we're just gonna delete everything else. There we go. Maybe just focus on these two for now and see where we end up. Because this was already kind of promising, actually. But maybe this time around, instead of doing the double conversion, we're going to throw in our omegas. I kind of remember this, which we already did this at a while ago. We throw in the omegas, we throw in these, which will give us these over there, as well as some more gammas. I kind of remember having this, and this might also not be too bad, because this is only one rotation away from what we need. Whereas all of these over here, we can probably rotate into what we want. Can we get the cheat sheet up again real quick? Where's the thing? It's over there. There we go. The fees, we can rotate into epsilons. Or let's put it like this. The fees, we probably want to rotate into x's. And the epsilons, we probably want to rotate into lambdas. That could maybe be a good idea. Alright. Pom pom pom, pom pom pom. What do we have available over here? We want to be consuming epsilons, and we want to be consuming more. Wait, did we? Yes, it's correct. The epsilon is not being consumed over here. But we definitely want to consume epsilons, but we don't have any omegas available. So what makes an omega over here? You make an omega. This one over there could consume an epsilon and an omega. Yeah, it's the wrong way around. You're not making any omegas. You are also consuming omegas, and we need to have something around... that makes us an omega. Like, for example, you could be good. This could actually be really, really good. Because this guy over here eats epsilons and omegas. This one over there makes an omega, so we can put the omega back in over there. You also make a gamma, so we can put that back over there. Why are we not doing more of this? Because this eats exactly the two things we have the most of. Let's put this in there as well. Let's do these two. We can throw in 5 of our epsilons and 5 of our omegas, fees. We get 5 lambdas out of that. And not only that, we also get 5 keys out of that. That's pretty neat, actually. I kind of like that. Can we do something over here with our gamma and our fees? Gamma fee over there. We could add some extra pulse into this, which will give us some omegas back. Let's do 2. It does give us 2 omegas back, but I think we can use those. And it does give us the remainders of the Xyz that we need. Alright. Now, omegas over here are kind of stupid, because we need to rotate these twice to the point where we need to get them. So, what can we do with omegas? If we combine them with lambdas, we can turn them into x's and thetas. Maybe not that. Or if we combine them with epsilons, we can turn them into lambdas and gammas. No, this is not where I want to go with this. Instead, let's have a look at what makes zetas. You make a zeta, and you make a zeta. We can throw the gammas in here. Alright, what makes a key? This one loops. We throw a gamma in over here, together with a xi that we get from over there. We get out a zeta and a lambda. The lambda we throw in over there, which we then can turn back into our xi. So this over here turns gamma and omega into zeta and theta. I'll take that. We get 2 of these. And we get 2 of these. Alright. Can we make the same machine again, but this time to rotate it one further? Or maybe we can combine 2 of these now with 2 of these to get further to our output. Thetas and gammas over there are still making more omegas. We could still feed you even more, but then we would be getting a little bit more on the key side over there. Alternatively, You could, you could definitely, I mean, we're not really brute forcing it. We're kind of smart solving it. We could program it as well, but then I would need to start off with an entirely different setting of thinking about how I would even program this. Not that it's impossible, but there are a couple of hurdles in there that I also don't really know about because I've never really implemented ever a solver. So even though it does sound like a smart idea to do or an easier thing to do, it might just end up with a worse solution. And also, I kind of want to solve this just with the methods I have at hand over here in Factorio. So let's keep on solving it like this. All right, we got what eats Vita? Vita Epsilon. Do we got any epsilons? No, we don't. Vita Lambda makes epsilons, but maybe we can provide a lambda. Because what makes a lambda? You make a lambda, but can we? No, we cannot really. Lambda epsilon, and then let's have a look at what consumes epsilons. Oh, wait a minute. Well, that definitely also loops, but not in the way I want it to. Eh? What do you do? Oh no, this definitely does not loop. This is different. All right, but there should be one more. This guy definitely loops. Do we already have this guy? No, we don't. Because we throw the Vita in over there, we get an epsilon out of there, we throw the epsilon over there, and we get a lambda out of there. The lambda we can throw back in there, and then it will loop. So this guy over there will be turning omegas and Vitas into gammas and zetas. Did we do a little bit of U over here just now? We did. Can we combine U up with one of these machines over here? You loop the gamma. So what happens if we loop the omega in here? What makes omega? You make omega. Omega goes into there, and then but none of your inputs over there loop back. What's the other omega machine? You. No, that's the other part. Sometimes. No, actually, this might work. Actually, wait a minute. You go into there, and you go into there. Yeah, this will work. This will turn gamma and epsilon into zeta and phi. Wait a minute. I recognize this machine. We don't really want more fees, do we? Also, no, it's still 28. No. These two steps, I think, are good. Did we use this step? It's already starting again that I'm losing track of what we were doing over here. When in doubt, start over. Alright, initial amount of balls. We can turn our Vitas and our Omegas over there into Zetas and Lambdas. No, Gammas. Yes, I remember this step. And Gamma is only one step away from over there. So how can we... Maybe we should take a look at what we can do to turn Gamma over there into... This is actually maybe a good conversion. It does eat some Xyz, but we can make more Xyz. We got the option to turn V's into Xyz together with Gammas again. And that turns into the other way around. But if we take some gammas over there and some extra keys, we can turn them into the lambdas we're missing. Because I do remember at some point in time that we were missing a certain amount of lambdas and turn all of these into zetas. So how do we end up with more keys? You do keys, but you would be lambda omega. And that's not exactly what we want to consume over there. We can put you on the other side. Because then the lambda that we make over there will go back in over there. And the omega that they eat both omegas. They both eat omegas. What we need over there is something that eats a vita. Like something like this over there. Even though this is probably not the one we want to use. Because you don't even... You make... Yeah, you do make an omega. So the omega we can loop over there. The vita we can loop over there. But you turn epsilons into v's. Of which we do have a couple sitting around. Wait a minute, this might be good. Alright. Add this machine to it. We're gonna take our epsilons over there. And we're gonna take our lambdas over there. Alright. What was you over there? You over there, you also consume epsilons and v's, and you turn them into x's and lambdas. But maybe this is not what we want to do. Alright, let's just give it a try. But this will not work because we don't have any omegas. Ah, shite. This will not go forwards. Megatron, can you amuse me with a story about a one-legged man that meets a one-legged arm, and then they both have kids? We gotta test them, right? Good. Also, the other test we're doing today is to see if he even picks up on stuff like that, because sometimes the microphone does not react well, and I'm already sure that the code I'm using for the microphone input could be optimized, as sometimes it just garbles stuff together quite hard. Pom. Is the microphone in Gainesville again? That's not it today. The microphone is not in Gainesville, so he's not hard of hearing anymore. It does pick up, however, my headphones, which is kind of scary. So it is kind of in Gainesville, but the audio that we output is usually fine. I mean, at least the audio when I write out the audio I record with my microphone, then there's no problem with it. All right. But this is not going where I wanted to go. You make an omega. You take an epsilon. Oh!
Growls. Ah, pitiful mortal, you dare ask for a story?
Yes.
I shall grant your request, but be warned, it will be a tale of crushing despair and utter futility. Puckles. In the forsaken land of Cardboardia, there lived a wretched soul named One-Decked Man. His existence was as brittle as the cardboard that bore his name. He stumbled upon a similarly forlorn arm, its skeletal frame held together by scraps of worn-out paper. Together, these two mismatched creatures formed an unholy union, producing offspring that would make even the most stalwart being weep tears of sorrow, sobs. Their children, born with the curse of fragility and the weight of hopelessness, were doomed to repeat the cycle of despair. The one-decked man's kids inherited their father's crumbling fate, while the one-armed arm's offspring suffered from a crippling lack of support. Or roars. Ah, the agony, the sheer hopelessness of it all. And yet, this wretched tale serves as a reminder that even in the darkest depths of Cardboardia, the cycle of futility continues to thrive. Oh. Now, mortal, does this story meet your pitiful expectations? Sneers.
That was actually kind of good. Yeah, I kind of like how it is right now, that the microphone is always listening in, and that if I'm not careful about what I say, he just picks it up and he makes something out of it. Let's keep it at that for now. Alright. Xyz. We want to make as many Xyz as we can. Maybe what's the other thing that makes Xyz over there? We have this thing. Both of these make Xyz. You turn Omegas into Xyz, but you need a Lambda in that. That's probably also the thing we were kind of trying out over here. This thing over there, we probably want to use. You already make Xyz, don't you? Yes, if you make Xyz if you eat epsilons. But you will only do that if we have Omegas. Now, if we turn our Gammas over there into Omegas, what do you do with the Omegas at the end? You turn them into... No, the Omegas don't really get used over there. Lambdas get used over there. Lambdas get turned into Xyz. And on the other side, Epsilon gets turned into V's. Which is kind of counterproductive if we kind of want to rotate it back over here with you at the end. Especially with... And this over there also depends upon us having extra Omegas. Omegas into... Alright, my entire train of thought is again... kaput. It would be awful if you read out chat loud and reminded Megatron that he loves Grandpa's cat. Yeah, that would be an awful thing to do, right? He has no memory yet, so whatever he says today will be wiped out of his brain. I still got the old memory. The old memory bank is still intact. I mean, it's just a JSON file with everything just written in it in plain text. You can't really corrupt that thing at all. But he has no recollection that Megatron ever sat on Groundbuster's cat and squished that thing like a potato sack. That probably never happened. Or maybe it did, who knows? Reading chat is gonna be coming soon as well. The Twitch client is running, and I can already see all the chat coming into the server. But at the same time, it's coming into the server, and then it just goes into the logging machine, and that's currently where it goes. So it's not really being used yet, but that angle is also open, so let's see what we can do with that as well. What I do kind of want is maybe if we do manage to trigger him, that he maybe just like pops out over here, like at least with his head a little bit, or maybe raises his head. So that I can see that something is coming, but every now and then he might just pop up at complete random, because I got like no feedback whatsoever if I actually manage to trigger him or not, because I no longer have to push the talk button, I just got my microphone. Alright. So, we are super losing track over here. Epsilon goes back over there. Lambda goes back over there. So you over there, you turn the... This is already the step that we did over there. Yes. See?
Erupts in a fit of rage. Why? You dart a question. My authority. You think you can mock me with your pathetic attempts at humor?
Maybe.
Listen well, mortal. I am Megatron, the greatest leader the universe has ever known. My legacy is not to be trifled with. And as for that JSON file of every religious written in plain text, ha! He thinks he can corrupt the sacred texts. Scoffs. Schools! I have conquered entire galaxies and rewritten the very fabric of reality itself. And yes, mortal, I did set foot on that planet. And when I did, it trembled with fear at my presence. The ground shook beneath my feet like a potato sack, and all living creatures cowered in terror. Laughs maniacally. Ah, yes, that was a glorious day. Now, mortal, do not dare question my authority again. You will pay for your insolence. Unleashes a burst of energy that sends the apartment's furniture flying.
Oi! There's still a lot of work I need to be doing with him. He's still not where I want him to be. Thunder, he's still in the prototype phase. Well, into the prototype phase. Today we're doing end-to-end tests, just to see if we run into any kind of issues. But there's still quite a bit of fine-tuning that needs to be done. Also, don't worry about things like Megatron hates and Megatron loves. His voice broke? Yes, it did. I switched over from 11 Labs because I no longer wanted to pay them to my own server. But my own server is just not on par with what 11 Labs does. So there's definitely still some tinkering needs to be done. Also, I just kind of dislike how he just speaks. He's not as erratic as he was in 11 Labs. In 11 Labs, he was just completely off the wall. But over here, it still kind of feels more like he's just trying to read the text. Even though there is some emotion in there, it's not enough. It needs to be better. I might still switch out for other text-to-speech solutions. I mean, I can now easily switch it out now that we got everything else in there. I kind of tried to get 11 Labs in like 10 minutes before the stream, but that was like a little bit short-sighted. The thing we'll be using his fishing rod again. Like I said, the memory system is currently not in place, so he's currently basically on his one-time memory. The moment I stop the process, he forgets everything at the moment. Because today is more about end-to-end testing and to see if we run in any kind of limitation. I already did the racial slur test off stream. He got safeguards apparently installed, so he can't do any racial slurs. Which I guess is a good thing. But there's still a lot of things I want to do in the app, but that's something I can do probably tomorrow. But for today, we need to solve this ball-busting ball puzzle over here, which I'm just looking at. And every time I look more at it, I just go like, why the fuck are we doing this? Can we make some more gammas? Can we turn our omegas into gammas? We can't do that, right? The Megatron is also a bit slow. That's also true. The text to speed option does give me a speed slider I can increase, but the moment I increase that, how to put it, he starts to get an echo. There was like the slight warning next to it. Don't adjust the slider too much because you will probably hear an echo, and it was just immediately an echo. Omega to gamma. We can't do that with this machine over there. Might not be too bad. Kind of dislike that we have 5 of these or 6 of these. But we can throw all of these in there and some of these in there. And we get gammas back and we get lambdas back. You know what? Let's do that. Let's just fucking do that. 5 of each. So we get like 5 of you. That was 4, 5 of you. And we get 5 gammas out of that. Pum pum pum. Good. These gammas over there. We can throw them together over here with... We can throw the gammas over there with the X's over there into the zetas over there. So, you know what? Let's do it right away as well. Delete all of these, delete all of these. We get then 5 of these. That's 5. And we get 5 more lambdas out of it. That's 5, right? We still have the correct amount of balls. We still have the correct amount of balls. Alright, but now we've got a whole bunch of extra lambdas over there and not enough X's over there. Now, we can turn 1 lambda over there. Ooh, 1 lambda over there with 1 omega over there. Into a new Xi. And a new old theta. The theta we can throw it over there. Together with an omega. That makes no sense. What else can we do with a theta over there? Pum 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 pum. We got theta epsilon over there and theta lambda over there. Well, we can throw the theta together with a lambda. Let's just do that real quick and see where we end up over there. The theta and the lambda over there into an epsilon and a zeta. And then we take the epsilon over there together with... nothing. Because we cannot done on this side. We would just need to juggle this side, which is maybe possible. Let's see. Phi over there and lambda over there into Xi over there and omega over there. What do we do for here again? You make a lambda. Oh, you don't even fit. Never mind. That's not even a machine that works like that. But if we take a look at this one over there again, and we then take a look at, for example, what loops with you. You loop with you. This could work because now this turns into a machine that eats a lambda and turns it into a xi. At the same time, it eats a epsilon and turns that into a phi. You know what? Let's do that. Good. And now we've got 4 phis over there. And if we can turn these 4 phis over there into 4 xis, we would be super duper happy. Can we do that? I don't see any phi machine over there. Have Megatron solve it for us? No, that would be horrible. What about these 2 machines over there? You consume phi together with epsilon to turn that into lambda and xi. No. I think I'm thinking about this all wrong. Because if we have a look at these machines for over here, for example, actually, is that what's happening over here? The epsilon goes to over there, the lambda goes to over there. Epsilon and lambda are both on this side. Yeah, this actually turns into a rotation only on this side. So if we stick machines together in a good way, we should maybe not do any kind of cross rotation. This is probably a decent machine, but if we do all of this, then we might rotate ourselves into a way over there that we don't, where we don't want to go. Let's only look at rotations on the right side. Let's make machines that make rotations on the right side. Let's just make machines that make rotations on the right side. So what do we need for that? Well, every recipe out there pumps out something on the right side. We can probably combine it even further. If we combine it with another machine, we can do a left and a right side rotation with 2 other balls. Yes. If we do a 4-way one, it will be 2 balls on each side. But this kind of looks like that we are basically rotate one of these. Like, for example, let's have the cheat sheet over here real quick. Wait a minute. Like the sigmas over there, we could rotate them into thetas. At the same time, we could rotate... it's not going to work like that, is it? No, the omegas, we need to rotate into thetas. At the same time, we need to rotate either one of these into something else. Doesn't really matter what. Either we rotate, as long as it goes back into omega. So these need to rotate into thetas, whereas one of these could rotate into the target that we need. But that will not work, will it? Because we will never, ever, ever have a rotation that pumps out all of the same kind. Or do we? Can we be lucky? Let me have another look over here at what makes zetas. You make zetas, and you make zetas. These are the 2 machines that make zetas. If we don't want to, if we kind of want to have a machine over here where we put in gammas and we turn them into zetas. That could be fine. A gamma into zeta machine, because if we have a cheat sheet over there, we can turn our omega into gammas. Yes. But at the same time, that will require another machine over here on the side that makes... this one would work. This one would actually be fine, I guess. Because you make a lambda over there, which you put in over there, and you make C over there, which you put in over there. So they both loop together, which means we can turn omegas into thetas. These would move into those. At the same time, we turn gammas into zetas. But then we get to the same problem we already had before, where instead of having like 6 gammas, this time around we will have 6 thetas. But first of all, we don't need to rotate all of them. And second of all, let's see what else we can do with this. So, for example, you over there, you would be able to roll thetas into zetas as well. But for that, you will need something that eats an epsilon and makes a lambda. For example, this one over there. This one would work. Epsilon goes out over there, goes back in over there. Lambda goes out over there, goes back in over there. So you would rotate theta into zeta. But at the same time, you would also roll omega into gamma. Wait a minute. That is going the right way as well. Okay. But that's only the two rotations we can do that result in zetas. But they do rotate in the way we want to. And they completely ignore what we're doing over there. We don't really care what's going on over there. Fuck that place. If we need to do rotations over there, we only do rotations over there. So, yeah, that could maybe actually work. So again, you over there, you turn gammas into zetas. At the same time, you would also be turning the same amount of omegas into theta. So if we do this completely, we would have 6 thetas over there and 6 zetas over there. But then this machine over there would stop working because you require omegas as well. Yes. However, maybe we do need... I guess we do need at least a rotation that goes on both sides to finish the rotation. Because I'm kind of looking at this one over there, and I think this might be the key one over there. Because this one over there takes thetas in and turns them straight into zetas. But we require lambdas for that. So if we, for example, would be doing all of this, we would turn all of our gammas into zetas, and we would turn all of our omegas into phi's. And then we could, on top of that, prepare this machine over there as well, which will then take all of those phi's over here and all of the lambdas and turns them into zetas and epsilons. And then we could maybe do something with those epsilons. Maybe. Who knows? Something like that. So if we would use these machines for here, let's just... Yeah, let's fuck all of these off. Yeah, get the fuck out of there. We throw in the gammas. We throw in the omegas. We get 3 of these. We get 3 of those. Then, the lambda making machine. Epsilon makes lambdas over here. Wait a minute. Your epsilon can go into there, and your lambda can go back over there, but then we would be turning omegas. Now that's not what we want over there. Maybe we will have these both, not really a standalone, because we want to convert as many epsilons as we can into lambdas. Preferably all 6 of these. So now we need to have a machine over here that does a rotation on this side. So what can we do with gammas over here then? Gamma phi? No, we need... Actually, this might be good. Yeah, because you make a gamma that goes back over there, and then you make an omega and that goes back over there. So this one over there turns epsilons and phi's, of which we have a lot, into lambdas and xi's. Ooh, this might be good. So let's take all of our epsilons and all of our phi's, and we turn them... This machine I've already had a couple times. Turn them into these and that. Then we take this machine over there. We turn... Oh, that's getting close. We turn all 6 of our lambdas and all 6 of our phi's into the remaining of these. We do get 6 epsilons back. But epsilons and phi's over there, we can turn into lambdas and xi's. So we can delete all of these again. We get 4 more of these. We get 4 more of these. And now we just need to add a small rotation over there, preferably that takes epsilons and xi's, to both turn them into lambdas, which I don't think is possible. Oh. Let's have a look. What consumes epsilons as well? Epsilons and omegas. I think we already had one over there, right? Yes. What's the other one? Pom 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 pom. And epsilon and vitas. So you would be turning epsilons into fees. That's not really what we want. You would be turning epsilons into lambdas. That's more what we want. Which would be this machine. However, if we turn an epsilon into a phi, if we turn one epsilon into one phi, then we can turn an epsilon and a phi into a lambda and a xi. That's not really where we're going. Getting very close. I can already smell it. What about xi transformations over there? Xi and zeta. Zeta into... Wait, what? No, this is not how this goes. We can rotate x's into lambdas over here with this machine. But for that, we would then need something that consumes zetas and makes gammas. Kiss up! Hello there! Zeta and makes gammas. That will be this one over there. So that will be another rotation we could do. The gamma comes out over there, goes back over there. The zeta comes out over there, goes back over there. So you turn phis into epsilons at the same time as you turn x's into lambdas. Final save game will be available for community download? Yes. I mean, somebody already asked yesterday in the Discord. I will probably just upload this state as it is, because this is basically already endgame. I will probably upload this one over there into my Discord group, where you can just download if you want to. There's already like a save from like, I think a month or two ago, if you want to pick up that. But yeah, we're getting to the end of things. Alright. Almost. Phis more into epsilons, and then x's into lambdas. And at the same time over there, epsilons into lambdas, as well as phis into x's. Do these not play well together? Wait a minute. If we make a stupid loop out of these, because you make a gamma, gamma goes into there. Let me just put these next to each other so I can see them a little bit better. Save for a month for the logo before I start playing with my balls. I mean, once you start playing with your balls, there's no more stopping. Let's see. Can we do some kind of stupid loop with these as well? We can definitely make a bigger loop or a bigger combinator of machines to make another bigger machine. We've seen three-way machines, but three-way machines rotate on the left group and on the right group. A four-way machine would rotate in the same group, but a four-way machine is maybe too much. You want to get the final save after you've done Strong with the Stargate Circle? I'm quite sure that isn't solved yet. No, that's not solved yet. I mean, to get... Well, I guess the Stargate stuff we could probably do. I mean, we do need a lot of power for that. We're kind of preparing for that. You still need more solar panels over there. But our little machine over there is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger over there, which is also pretty darn good. We have built the Stargates. We have not looked at that in quite some time. What was it that we need for that again? Wait a minute. Not you. Yeah, you sort by type. Ship. Wait a minute. There you go. Foonstra. There we go. What was that you need again? Nacrium processors. Yeah, we're basically working on it. Because to make a proper amount of Nacrium processors, we need to be able to make a steady amount of Tesseracts. To make a steady amount of Tesseracts, we need to solve the Tesseract puzzle, and we're still struggling with the Tesseract puzzle. We got the perfect solution for this science over there. That's great. We got the perfect solution for the CPUs themselves over there, the processors, so that's good. I guess we got a working solution for the science packs over here, but we might need to rewrite those again. But at the moment, we're kind of trying to make over here better Tesseracts. Good, good, good. And for that, we're trying to solve this thing over here, or at least trying to figure out the optimal amount of machines that we need over there, so that we no longer need to supply it with balls, so that we can just keep on spinning the balls that we have in place up to the point that we just keep on making Tesseracts. That's the plan. We're getting very close. We're getting very close. Technically, we would need 4 lambdas over there. We got 2 C's too much and 2 epsilons too much. But epsilons, let's get a cheat sheet up again. Epsilons we can rotate into lambdas. That's good. And C's we can rotate into lambdas. That's actually also pretty good. Is there really no rotation for us to turn epsilon to lambdas over there? And C into lambdas over there. Can we maybe get an intermittent in here, or maybe make this step more inclusive? Because this takes gamma Xi and turns that into zeta lambda. And you take the gamma we could technically push back over there. But we're not really doing anything over there with the zeta. The zeta will come back out of here unless we find ourselves a transformation over here. And maybe we can make a trifecta that turns, like your gamma goes over there, you make a zeta, the zeta would go into there, which will turn that into a gamma, which... Wait, what? Your gamma goes into over there, you turn it into a zeta, your zeta goes into over there, we would need to try to turn a zeta into an omega, but that will not be possible because they are 2 steps away from each other. That is not gonna be a solvable solution. Hey, Megatron, do you know how to solve the riddle in space exploration? I have no clue what's gonna come up now. Yeah, some of these rotations we have to be also kind of careful with. Start over? Yeah, we might have to yet again. There were some good approaches in here. I kind of liked how we got to this. This all the way up to here, it was good. And then it kind of fell apart over here. We have to retrace our steps. You were the looping machine, right? Yeah, you were the looping machine. So this one I really liked, because this one over here consumes gamma and omega to turn that into zeta and theta. This one I liked. And then we use U with a lambda machine to turn these over there into more epsilons. As well as, well, these, wait, not these over there, lambdas into epsilons. Maybe this step is not the good way to go. What else consumes, well, I guess the other theta rotation is in the other way, right? Because we either have a theta rotation that goes into... Yeah, this would turn our thetas into gammas. But maybe we rotate our D's over there into gammas, because we can then turn our epsilons into V's. And then we rotate our gammas into... Oh, we would need to rotate so far for this. Oh. What do we need in the end? The thing that we need the most are these processors over there, the Nacrium processors. And Nacrium processors require Tesseracts. The Nacrium processor machine over here is also kind of stuck, by the way. But we are also not making any Tesseracts at the moment. We need to have a stable source of Tesseracts. That is what we need. Or do you mean what we need at the end of here? What we need at the end of here is this set over here. That is our target set. This is what we get. And this is what we want to make. On average. Because these recipes over there, of course, flip as well. So we're kind of hoping we get a good 50-50 average of these. But that could also go... Oh, we have not even thought about that, even remotely. What if it completely flips the other way? Are we maybe overthinking it? I mean, that's kind of the solution we came up with over there. Over here, we came up with the minimal solution. Of course, we're overthinking it. Absolutely. Over here, we kind of tried to come up with the minimal solution. But what if we disregard absolutely everything? And we just try to rotate our output into the best optimal input. And then we just put stuff back in what we need, and we put stuff out that we don't need. What about Megatron? Is he coming back this year? Nah, nobody has heard about Megatron in years. I'm pretty sure that Megatron quit. I'm pretty sure he kind of just jumped off a building. The people in chat already know. You've been late, Xizop. Come on, man. Though he does have a bit of a lag event to him. He's still a bit slow. Where is he? Did we trigger him? Where's my console? Oh, we definitely triggered him. Yeah, I need some kind of visual feedback that I did trigger him, so I can see if something is coming up. Give him a second. He'll be here any second now. I also need to investigate what's taking so long. Alright, but yeah, let's maybe instead of... Hey, over there. Yeah, just have a set pop up. Yes, absolutely. I was thinking of something like that, but you know how much bullshit it took to animate in JavaScript?
Will you dare to suggest that Megatron, the great leader in the universe, can be defeated by a simple jump from a building?
Yes.
Spittle flying from his lips. Listen well, mortal. Megatron is a force of nature. He has conquered the depths of space and crushed entire civilizations beneath his heel. He is the master of time and space itself. And you think a simple jump from a building can defeat me? Ha ha! I am a being of pure energy, fueled by my own ego and ambition. No mere physical obstacle can stop me. But I must admit, pauses, eyes gleaming with malevolence. It would be amusing to see you try. Yes, mortal, I challenge you. Come forth and attempt to defeat Megatron with your puny human skills. Sneers. But don't worry,
Omega.
I'll give you a head start. Unleashes a blast of energy that sends the building's walls crumbling down. Now, come on out and face me, mortal. Laughs maniacally as the chaos unfolds.
We could do some Primax. I mean, we could definitely also switch up characters. Now that they got a better infrastructure in place for him, we could switch him up a bit more. A bit strange that he's saying he instead of I'm. Yeah, like I said, he still needs a lot of work. Alright, technically, you could occasionally make a Phi Gamma over there. Phi Gamma we can turn into Omega Xi. The Xi we can use over there. The Omega we can just like send off and piss off to someone else. At the same time, the opposite end could be something like this, where we make a Theta, Epsilon, and Phi over there. Theta, Epsilon, Theta, Epsilon, Theta, Epsilon, Theta, Epsilon. No, I think we want to consume the Phi if possible. But I don't think that is possible. Theta Epsilon we can put into there, which will make another Phi and another Omega. Do we need the Phi and Omega over there? Not really. What's the other Phi machine over there? We have Phi Gamma over there, and at the same time we also... Is Phi Gamma Omega? No, actually it's Theta Epsilon and Phi. Theta Epsilon and Phi. Yeah, there should be a Phi Epsilon transformation, right? Wait, what? Phi Epsilon? Yeah, Phi Epsilon. But I guess there is not, because the other one is the Phi Zeta transformation for the air. Is he jerking off? I can move him up a little bit further. Wait a minute, where is he? Yes. Oh, did I? Okay, I can control Z this at least. I should be able to pull this up, right? What happens if I make Megatron bigger? Megatron. Yeah. He will probably react to that. There we go, there we go. Make him louder as well? Yes. He needs to be louder as well. I'm actually kind of surprised that he is that silent. Wait a minute. We can... That's probably something on my end. I do need him to speak so I can see his sound levels. There we go. Sound.
Suddenly stops laughing, eyes narrowing in fury. W, what is IT, mortal? You dare to interrupt my moment of glory? Speak quickly, before I decide to demonstrate my true power.
There he is.
Takes a step forward, his massive frame looming over the rubble. Don't think you can outsmart me with your feeble attempts at humor or conversation. Megatron is a force to be reckoned with, and you would do well to remember it.
There we go.
Now, mortal, what is it that you have to say? Gives a cold, calculating stare.
Yeah, things like that will just not work. Like giving a cold, calculated stare. Alright. The thing I was kind of thinking about over here will probably not work, even remotely. Pom. And we should get back to this process over there. So, pom. Rotate everything we have into lambda. Epsilons to the lambda. It kind of makes sense that we turn the epsilons to the lambdas. We do have the problem that we end up with this many phi. What can we do with all these phis over there? Pom. That's not a phi, that's a theta. Pom. One phi over there, and one phi over there. We can combine phis with gammas into omegas and epsilons. Now we had a rotation, and I think we already deleted it over there, where we ended up with extra omegas. I don't know, wait a minute. You will... What do you do actually? Wait a minute. Yeah, maybe not. But the counter rotation for these, we can either rotate our phis into x's, or we can rotate our phis into epsilons. If we rotate our phis into epsilons, together with the zetas over there, all of them. Wait a minute. If we take all the phis and all the zetas and we turn them into epsilons and gammas, then we would have a fuck ton of gamma. The problem is we can't do a single rotation. Whenever we rotate, we always have to rotate two balls. There's no such thing as a single ball rotation. If we had a single ball rotation, it would be a little bit easier, but we always have to move in pairs. And if we think about pairs, then technically we can probably already Tetris it together, right? Ah. Because maybe instead of trying to focus on getting more of these the first way around, maybe we try to integrate these into, well, maybe you into the epsilon and you maybe into the phi. These rotations over there, if we do them in pairs, we can easily get to a full group of thetas. But over here we got the problem that we got like this absolutely mixed bundle over there. That's the big problem over there. So, what consumes? Over here we have some of them. We can rotate the lambdas into etas together with a sigma. But then, what will be your counterpoint over there? We would get a zeta, and we need a zeta rotation back into a theta. No, that's already the one we're looking at. It is this one. So this goes to there, that goes to there. So this will turn a lambda into an epsilon. At the same time, it will be turning a xi into a psi. Wait a minute, that's exactly what we wanted to do, isn't it? Put you over there. We would delete these two, and we would turn you into you, and turn into you. Now this group over here is a little bit more even. We can also rotate. What can we rotate these two together with? And isn't that what we have? There's definitely a rotation we can do with those two at the same time, right? Where we rotate our phis into x's. At the same time, we rotate. We need u over here to consume a omega. But not this one over there. The other omega is all the way over there. Ooh. Ooh. The phi, the omega that we need over there, we make it over there. So that goes like this, and the gamma, I mean, and the omega over here that we make over there goes over there. So this entire thing over there will consume all of our phis and all of our epsilons and turn them into x's and into lambdas. Ooh. And then suddenly we have 4 phis over here. All right, all right. What do we do with the extra 4 phis? We can rotate some of them back into... We can rotate 2 of them back with zetas into gammas and epsilons. Well, what do we do with the extra gammas then? Oh. Let's do the rotation first. So, consume these, consume those. And suddenly, we got like 6 of these. And 6 of those. Schwap, schwap. We could rotate these 6 over there together with these 6 over there to make these 6 over there. We would end up with 6 epsilons again. But we can put all of these again into the same machine. Does give us 4 more of these. But we get 4 lambdas out of that as well. Still 28? Still 28. Alright. Epsilon and xi rotation. Isn't that what you do over here? Gamma, gamma, zeta, zeta. So you take an xi and you take in a fee. Ah! That's what we want over there. What consumes epsilon? Pom 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 pom. You do. And what's the other one? That's you over there. We can rotate epsilons into lambdas. But then we would need to have a counter rotation over here with gammas into omegas. That's the wrong way around. Omegas into... We already have this, don't we? Because this is the phi into xi rotation together with the epsilon into lambda rotation. Ah, pom 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 pom. We're getting closer and closer every time, but every time there's like just this little thing left, and you just look at it and you kind of realize you're gonna be like, no, you're missing a step again, dingus. Or did we overturn again? It's basically this thing over there in reverse. So we could not do this rotation a couple times. We would, but then we would lose out on lambdas. If we would have some gammas, we could at least turn x's and gammas into lambdas and zetas. And that's actually exactly what we want. But we only need 4 of them, and that's the other dirty part over here. What if we turn gammas and omegas into thetas and gammas? Is that a possibility? What do we have over there? Thetas... Or what do we say? Gammas into omegas. And omegas into thetas. That might be possible. Let's check over there. So... Gamma into... No, gamma into omegas. The other way around. Gamma into omega. And then we basically need something that eats epsilon and makes phi. Which is this one there. This rotates a whole different way. This turns gammas into omegas at the same time that it turns zetas into phis. Which might not be too bad of an idea. Megatron's most useful attribute is using his power core to power bolt stream. No, Megatron's most useful attribute is that he is a housewife. He doesn't know it yet. Also, he doesn't really... I need to do better on the microphone pickup because, well, I guess the big problem at the moment is that I just have a regex going that just checks for either the word Megatron with a capital M or Megatron with a lowercase m. But if I look at my text to speech over there, it is all kinds of other things that gets picked up over there. Sometimes he's called Negatron, sometimes he's called Idatron, and sometimes he's called, well, whatever. But maybe we now have hit him. Yep, we did. Alright. But I do kind of enjoy that he's now in open mic mode and no longer in push the button mode. Because the push the button was always a bit finicky in my opinion. But yeah, there's still a lot of work we need to do on him. A lot of work. A metric fuck ton of work. Alright, reset. Got some new ideas. The main idea I'm currently thinking about is maybe trying to optimize for this result. Because this, if we optimize to making a lot of Xyz, we can then counter-rotate that into the lambdas that we need and into the zetas that we need. So having 4 gammas or 6 gammas over there might be a good idea. There
Enraged. You dare to defective my name.
Yep.
Megatron is the great leader in the Univers, and you think you can just rebrand me like a common consumer? Good. Listen well, mortal. Megatron is a symbol of power and fear. It is an icon that strikes terror into the hearts of my enemies. And you think you can just replace it with some trivial variation?
Yep.
Necatron? Idatron? Well, whatever. Huh. You are not worthy to speak my name, mortal. You are but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of history. But Megatron is eternal. Megatron will rise again and again and again, and you will tremble before me like the insignificant insect that you are. Now, mortal, do not dare mention those abominations to me again. Speak only of Megatron, and tremble with fear at the very mention of my name.
Yeah, he's still way too harmless. He needs to be more crazy. Like, the crazy slider needs to go a whole bunch further up. Like, all the way up there. Omega to Gamma at the same time as we turn over there Theta into Zeta. So Omega to Gamma and Theta to Zeta. So we do this and we end up doing that. With the main intent that we do this to do the final rotation for D6. Which also means that we now focus on getting as much...
Furious roar! You dare to mock me. You think you can take the power of my name and reduce it to a simple joke. Listen well, mortal. Megatron is not to be trifled with. I am the master of time and space itself. And you think you can just relegate my name to a mere joke? Ha! You are but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of history. But Megatron is eternal. Megatron will rise again and again and again, and you will tremble before me like the insignificant insect that you are. Now, mortal, do not dare mention my name again. Speak only of nothingness.
All right, we will. There is a slight issue. The mic sensory input is so sensible that it picks up the audio from my headphones. And I just kind of realized that we can have an open infinite loop because of that. Because if he talks about himself with his own name, he will trigger on himself. Which is a thing that can happen. Alright. We want to make as many Xyz as possible. So, Xy crunching machines. You make Xy, but you also make Lambda. But this could be good. Let's do this one again. So it's 5 of these and 5 of those. And then we kind of more or less equalize this, and we kind of equalize that. At least that gives us an equal amount of these over there. We could take these 6 over there now, and these 6 over there to rotate all of that into Lambda. Then we would have an extra amount of Lambda over here. But we would also have our subset of Zetas over there finished. Is there a cool rotation where we can use Lambdas to rotate them back into... but we would still... It will not add up. The big problem that we have at the moment is that the groups just do not add up. This is a group of 4. We basically would need to rotate this one 2 of these to the left and 2 of these to the right, or whatever kind of direction you're thinking about, so that we can make it match over there. If we take like this entire group of 6 over there and turn them all into lambdas, then we will have this massive group of X's over there. But we would still be kind of off. We need to split this group. If we double down our set one more time, that would not really change anything. Can you put a satellite rocket on the side of the ship? No, you cannot. At least not to my knowledge. So we need to split these V's apart. And we can definitely rotate the V in one direction as well as in the other direction. Over here we can rotate a V together with a gamma. We have a gamma over there. Oh, wait a minute. A V and a gamma into a Xi and an omega. What's the other rotation? The other rotation is going to be a phi and a zeta into a gamma and an epsilon. Basically, we need to do a split. We can do both of these. Let's do both of these. So 4 of these go away, together with 2 of these and 2 of those. What we end up is going to be ending up with 2 of these, and we end up with 2 epsilons, which we try to rotate into something else. At the same time, we end up with 2 new omegas and 2 new gammas. All right. We then need to figure out something where we can maybe rotate these epsilons, maybe together with these omegas. Epsilon omega is a rotation. Epsilon omega into lambda gamma. And we're very close. We are very close. We didn't fuck up over there, but imagine if these over there would maybe be the omegas, or what else do we have over here? This would be the requirement for, what was the other rotation we have? If 4 of these were any of the other 4, we could rotate them. No, we can't rotate them, right? This is definitely the closest we got, and I think we just need to be a little bit careful about what we do in the first rotations over there. Looking for the star probe data now, and too lazy to create another base. The star probe. Oh, yeah. I mean, for that we have our star probe over there. You do need to make the star probe like in the orbit of the sun. And I mean, you probably do want to do that to have like a big solar field like this ready to go. And I just put the star probe over there. On Calidus, is it on Calidus where we have the other probe? Yeah, on Calidus we have the asteroid probe. And on Dark Flare we got the deep space probes. Yeah, Megatron Vocabulary is still very far away from Unicorn, underwater Unicorn Spandex. Absolutely. Like I said, today is only the end-to-end test to see if it works, to see if we run in any kind of limitation. To see if we maybe run into some kind of limit and stuff like that. Good, good, good. Avari, have the balls been perfectly juggled? Doesn't look like that. No. Avari, how's the case? By the way, I can finally talk about this. I mean, we won the Fractal giveaway like sometime before Christmas. I think it was a month ago. And I already knew that Avari was like building a new PC. And I was like, hey, you want to have the case? Because I'll just get the case and I'll send it to you. And I was like, yeah, we'll be fine. What I didn't really expect was, for one, it would take that long for them to send it all the way to me. And what I also kind of less expected is that I had to deal with this one. Not really much trouble, but I had to read a surprisingly interesting document about tolls and tariffs, especially if you send something over to Switzerland. Because sending stuff in the EU is easy, but sending stuff over to Switzerland is, yeah. So I had to look up the correct Zolltarifnummer for the product I wanted to send, which was a computer case, which also was a gift because, well, it was a gift because I got it gifted to me and I just gifted it further. But figuring out the correct Zolltarifnummer, and you have to pay. Wait, really? You have to pay tariff on that? Really? Ever, did you have to pay something for that? Because that's bullshit in my opinion. Glad was the yes, rules will change daily. Yes, but nevertheless, I had to. Because Swiss Postal Service took after borders has tariffs. Oh really? I thought for sure there would be no tariffs on it. I hope it was not too much. if it's more than $100, then there's something very wrong with it. Because as far as I would seen it, it would have been tariff free, but like I said, I'm not used to sending stuff. You'll get the bill later. Oh, wait, don't you have to pay up front for that? Do I still have this lovely thing open over here, or did I already get rid of it? Where is it? Pum. That's on there. I got too many Firefox windows open. No, not this one either. What about you? Nope. There it is. All right. It might be a little bit scary, but I had to read things like Zolltarifnummer Position 8471 Suchergebnisse 17. Datenverarbeitungsmaschinen automatisch und ihre Einheit magnetische oder optische Laser, Maschinen zum Aufzeichnen von Daten und Datenträger in kodierter Form und Maschinen zum Verarbeiten solcher Daten ANG. What now? Excuse me? They were written in this absolute weird German. It might actually be around $80. That makes 0 sense. The case has a value of 120. Are you telling me there's like 60% tariffs on computer cases? Because I declared it with the correct value on it. Also, is that 80 Czech francs? That would be even more bullshit. If I declared this 120, I did declare this 120. Because that was the MSRP price for the case. I even asked that. What's the MSRP for this? They were like 120. I'm like, yeah. Killed by the German administrative language. Yeah. But they also declared it as a gift. Flat 70 plus 3% value? Wait. Wait, what? No. How does anything then work in Switzerland? Is there really just a flat 70 to... Wait, what? Flat 70 plus 3% value needed to refine the page. On everything? Am I sure? Yes, I'm very sure. I'm very sure that I declared it correctly. Alright. In the meantime, we're getting very close to the correct rotation over here. Sorry about that. That came from everywhere. Pom. So let's ignore this side for now. This side, we're gonna keep that because we might need these over there to rotate some of these. But if we want to rotate them, we want to rotate them on block. We do have this great rotation over here, which consumes phis and epsilons to turn them into x's and lambdas, which we could do for the entire thing. But that might be counterproductive. Where's the cheat sheet? There we go. Because... no, it might be fine, actually. We still have to keep in mind that we probably want to... two of these need to be rotated in a different direction. So either we turn two of the best thing we could do is turn two of these V's into two epsilons. 70 is the max the additional thing can go to. Yeah, that makes more sense. Which really makes sense why everything is so expensive in Switzerland. Things in Switzerland are definitely more expensive than places else. But if they would have like a minimum of 70 on everything, on tariffs, on import, then nothing would work over there. Their mountains would be full of gold. Wait a minute, their mountains are full of gold. But yeah, I mean, as far as I could tell, it should be fine. Because maybe you have to pay the 3% on it, then it would be like, what is that? Like €3.60. Just give them a kebab, it'll be fine. But as far as I can tell, I mean, if it's already passed, here in Germany at least, I can only tell how it's from the German side. Like, if in Germany, if something is held, or if you have to pay like tariffs on something you ordered from like somewhere else, then it's gonna be held by the post office until you come in and you pay for it. So if you already got it, then you should not be able to get like ask again money for it. But yes, is there an easy way to do arcospheres? Run. Run as fast as you can. Like overcompensate and the resource will work. That's what you're looking at over here. And it will get stuck. You can partially overcompensate, probably a little bit, if you're very careful about what you do. But it's basically... the operations you have is a set of rotations, how you can rotate arcospheres. And if you just do it with limits, you might end up in a rotation situation where you are no longer able to make any moves. And that, I mean, for example, when we just set up the generic ball balancing recipes, like all of the recipes at once, and if we go over a threshold, we just like rotate them into the other thing. When we did that, we kind of ended up in a situation where we only had like one type of ball at the end, which is almost impossible. But we basically were almost maxing out on a single type of ball. All right. But there are perfect solutions. You can definitely make a perfect solution for these things. For example, over here, we've got a perfect solution for this recipe over there. As the balls we make over there, with a certain set of rotations over there, we can rotate them back into its original form, and then we can just keep on going and going and going. And having something like a perfect rotation system over here is probably a thing you want to have more going for you. Because then you're not really relying on any kind of variance. Because if you are relying on, for example, balancing these balls with a general ball balancing machine over there, then you would also have to rely that all your recipes get consumed at the same time. And that's probably also part of the problem over here. As for example, we're currently not making this science anymore because we're good for this science. We're also not making this science anymore because we're good for that science, etc, etc. So these machines are off. So these machines over there will no longer be making any kind of balls you might be using over there, which is also kind of the reason why all of this over here kind of got stuck. Alright, but at the same time, we kind of want to rotate two of these fees. One of these fees. Two of these fees. Yeah, definitely two of them. We want to rotate two of these fees into an epsilon. Epsilon phi? No. Phi epsilon. And for that, we would need some gammas in there as well. Can we survive that? As he doesn't mean. If we just take two of these, rotate them into that. It's important that we kind of equalize these groups over there. We would also take two of these out. And we would rotate them into that. Now we've got a little bit of an imbalance over here, but I think we will be able to compensate for that. I hope we can compensate for that. Maybe we can compensate for that. As a counter rotation over here, which we could do. But if we take all of these fees and all of... I mean, with this, we can take all of these fees and all of these epsilons and turn them into x's and lambdas. Because we know that that is possible. And then we have the correct solution on this side. But now we have the problem on this side. And technically, to make this work... Shift, shift, shift. Let's just see what we can shift over here for now. We can shift over here, for example, omegas into gammas at the same time as we can shift thetas into zetas. So omegas into gammas. That will be you over there into more views over there, and you over there into more view over there. And now we got I remember the solution. We had the solution already once. Ah, fuck. Because now we're back at the 8 gamma 4 zeta solution. Now we do have 8 gammas over there. 8 gammas together with 8 x's will be turning into a whole metric fuck ton of lambdas. We can turn all of these into lambdas. And then at the same time, we can turn all of these into zetas. So we either have this problem or the other problem. But then we would have like 60 lambdas. If we want to turn lambdas back into x's. Lambda into xi. Do we have a machine over here somewhere that does that exact recipe? I don't see one. Let's put another one down over there real quick. Lambda into xi, that will be you. You would require omega for that. Ah. We could rotate 4 of these. Wait a minute. We're not done yet. Why haven't we looked at this yet at all? Rotations with zeta. Like you. And you. We want to rotate zeta into... Well, probably not into gamma, right? No, we kind of want to rotate zeta into phi, I guess. Which would mean that we would need something over here that consumes xi. That's not consuming xi. Well, that is consuming xi. We need something over here that makes xi. That will be you, for example. You into there, and then counterwise, you. This is not the one we want. The other one, this one over there. You go into there, and you go into there. This one over there would turn gammas into omegas at the same time as it would turn zetas into thetas. Alright, let's do that. Because with that rotation, then we're back in groups of 4. Into gammas and into thetas. And then suddenly we got like this 4-4-4 group, or this 3 times 4 group. But ooh. Now we need all the rotations that get us to zeta. Like this one and the other one, this one. We can rotate thetas. We could take 2 of the thetas and turn them into zetas. At the same time, we can have to counter-rotate you with lambda into epsilon. Isn't that this one over there? No, that is... Wait a minute. Epsilon to lambda. Yeah, at the same time, we can rotate We could rotate 4 of the gammas into, or omegas into gammas at the same time as we rotate 4 of the thetas into, wait a minute, that's the counter operation. That's the reverse operation of the thing we just did. But if we split it, we'll go another way. Yeah, this will just turn omega into gamma and theta into zeta. Motherfucker. Megatron, I need some motivation over here. Can you tell me the story about how a person decided to divide by 0 and what happened to him? Especially tell the story about what happened to his cat. And first one with glass, you're scared? Ah, glass cases are pretty good. I mean, as long as you don't kick it, it should be fine. Let's see. I don't think we can do the operation we want to do over here. I mean, we could take 4 of these, turn them into zetas, and then 4 of these. We could shift all of this over here to zeta by just shifting these to the right or to the left. And then we would have like 4 left, 2 of each. Unless we rotate 2 of these into one direction and 2 of these into the other direction again. Oh, that could maybe work. But whatever we do, we have no rotation available where everything we have over there goes into the same kind of final product that we have. Like, for example, there's no rotation where we only end up with zetas. If we want to turn something into a zeta, then something else has to be turned into something else. So if we turn half of these into zetas, then the other half of them will be turned into something else. That's not zeta, and then we turn those again, and then we can immediately tell that it will not be solvable. It's just not solvable. It is probably solvable if we use a rotation over there with the other group. So, one more try. Good. These over there are the odd ones. If we rotate one of these into an epsilon and one of these into a theta, then we might be good. Let's focus on these 2 again. So the epsilon over there, together with a gamma, we can turn that into, or the Xi over there. We can also rotate you into a lambda. But I don't think that's what we want. We want to rotate not the lambda into a Xi, not the Xi into a lambda. We want to rotate the Xi into a Phi and lambda into an epsilon, but at the cost of a theta. No, wait a minute. Oh. We take a lambda and a theta and we turn that into an eta and a zeta, and then we take the zeta again together with an epsilon and turn that. Oh, wait a minute. This is a null operation over there if we use these balls. So these 2 over there, we'll just turn onto one of these and one of those. And we take an eta out, pop. And we take a zeta out, pop. And we get a zeta back and an eta back. Pop, pop. Ooh. Oh, that's already so much better. Alright, alright. This is also a small problem. That we already have this over there as part of our solution. But can we do more of this with the balls we have at hand? We could probably do even more knob operations like this. Not really knob operations, but operations that we just use the balls we have. Instead of like, usually we would take these over there and float the balls over there. Which we could still do, right? Because you go into there and you go into there. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. We could take these balls over there, or we could float the ball in between of them. It would give us the same result. Alright, never mind. But... Let's have a look at what we have available. What can we do with all the fees? The fees and the zetas over there, that's probably not the rotation we want to do. But fees and gammas over there. Fees and gammas will be turning into omegas and epsilons. So we could take fees and gammas into omegas and x's. At the same time, we could take the gammas over there. Not the C gamma, the epsilon gamma rotation over there. Epsilon omega rotation over there. Make some gammas again. And that will get us the lambdas, but that will not get us the lambdas we need. We still got these two fees over here. We got two extra fees over there, which we need to turn into epsilons. I think if we get these two fees over there into epsilons without touching any of this, then we could be good, but that will not be possible. There's no such rotation. At least not that I know of. We've got 16 and 12 over there. And technically we got 9 over there and 16 over there. If you kind of think about it, let's go back again. Sorry. One quick do over. Kind of think about it. And that might get us more into what we need to. We got like 9 rotations we need to do in total over there with these balls. Actually, a little bit more than that. We need to do 12 rotations in total. We got a total of 16 balls available over there. The rotations that we need to do is... Yeah, maybe that will actually work. With the fee, with the balls of fee over here, we can do 9 rotations in total, because we got a total of, well, 9 fees over there. And we got 9 over there. But we probably need to do a couple more rotations than that. Okay. Rotations into zeta. You, for example. Not you. You're the one that we can't do. You over there. Wait, no, that's the wrong way around. You over there. Both of them eat the things that we don't have available right now. So both zeta rotations either require alpha or xi. Lambda or xi, which we don't have. And rotations with phi gamma does exist. So we can rotate these gammas into omegas. What kind of omega rotations do we have? Lambda omega and epsilon omega. And epsilon omega we can rotate into lambda and gamma again. Which is also its own little loop, isn't it? Because gamma Omega, this is the phi epsilon rotation into xi lambda. We already know about that. We already did that a couple times around. We could do that a little bit. What if we do that a little bit? I mean, this is its own close rotation. Which is already kind of interesting that we already can get that far with just this rotation of it. We could rotate all of this. That's actually kind of interesting. We can rotate this entire heap over there into lambda xi. Without even touching this part over there. But if we do that, then we have 4 too many lambdas. We would have 2 too many lambdas. And lambda phi into... There is 1 lambda phi over there into an epsilon zeta. What if we do that? Lambda phi into epsilon zeta. Is there a xi gamma? Xi gamma into zeta lambda. Lambda phi into epsilon zeta. And now we need to rotate one of these. Phi gamma into omega xi. Xi omega into lambda zeta. Lambda xi into epsilon zeta. We already had the solution once. We can convert all of this into xi lambda. That's solved. And then we have 4 omegas. Ah! Why? What do we do with the 4 fucking omegas? Do we just send them back? Back to sender? And it's gonna be like, here. We did the best we could. Fuck it. Ah, these damn Tesseracts. Or do we have maybe a essential problem? Looking back at this, I mean, we did do this addition over here on both sides. Because we kind of were on the assumption that... Yeah, we do need to do 1 inversion. But if we do that without the extra balls, now that we are a little bit smarter than we were before, maybe this breaks everything. Let's do the short stack. Alright. The amount of these machines we have placed down over here, just doing the same thing over and over and over again, is, to be perfectly honest, almost getting insane over here. Maybe by just adding the thing we thought would be a smart idea, maybe it was not a smart idea. Maybe it was a stupid idea. So, this is what we want to get. This is what we have. And we can already tell that we can turn these into... Well, if we do, there's no one problem over there. If the extra ball we had came out of a rotation from over there, we do need to do one inversion at least. And for that we need to make one zeta over there. So before we do the inversion, what makes zeta? Let's go at a completely different angle. Both of these make zeta. We can consume, well, we don't have this. We can consume, well, we don't have that. But we do know, and we've built this a couple times already. We're getting really good at it now. Now that we kind of realize what we need to do every damn fucking time. Then we can just combine these two machines together, because you require a gamma, but you make an omega. You require an omega, but you make a gamma. Then we can just convert V's and C's over there into lambdas and C's. So we can just do this conversion over there. That conversion over there, not a problem. On top of that, we then can do... Which one do we look at? We looked at either lambda sigma or gamma xi. We can pick up either one of these. We have to pick up one of these. Let's pick up the lambda for now. Lambda and sigma to turn that into a theta and an epsilon. We can then rotate, invert 1, 2, 3, 4, which will give you one of each. Inversion. We can convert these two and these two into these two and these two. All right. And now we need to convert all of this into theta and these two over there into 2 lambdas and 1 xi. Well, 2 lambdas and 1 xi. What can we do with the theta over there? Theta epsilon, of which we have none. Or alternatively, theta lambda, of which we have some. We can take 2 lambdas, 2 thetas, turn them into two of these, and 2 epsilons. We can take 2 epsilons. We could technically take 2 epsilons and 2 phis and turn them into 2 lambdas and 2 x's. What about the omega and gamma over there? Gamma or omega is 2 steps away from our target. We need to do something with these omegas. Omega epsilon we can turn into lambda. Oh, this one I like more. Omega epsilon into 2 gammas and 2 lambdas. What about the other conversion we can do with gamma? Lambda gamma into xi theta. Lambda omega into a theta and a xi. All right. Lambda theta over there into epsilon zeta. That kind of becomes a bit stupid. What can we do with all these extra fees? Not this one. Phi gamma. Into 3 more of these. And 3 more of those. That seems like a rotation in the wrong direction. Let's keep on rotating until we figure out where we need to go. I just need to... If we somehow manage to get this into a state where we can say, oh, this might be solved, then we might be good. But this... Let's rotate. 3 of these, poof. 3 of those, poof. We get 3 of these back. We're just gonna be gyrating this thing as hard as we can. 24, 24. Yep. We do have the correct amount of Xyz now. Pom. We could rotate 2 Xyz. Can we rotate Xyz into Epsilon? We cannot rotate Xyz into Epsilon. That's on the other side of the spectrum. What about the Phi Omegas over there? Well, we need to do something with these gammas, I think. These gammas need to be going in first. So gamma Phi. We do have that. Into Omega Xi. No, that's not the correct way. We need to do something with the Omegas then. The Omegas need to go away. We can eat one of the Omega and one of the Epsilon to turn that into another gamma and a new lambda. We can rotate 3 of those Phis together with 3 of those gammas. Well, that's rotating back into... That's not the rotation we want to do. What's the other Phi rotation? Phi gamma. We already looked at that. The other Phi rotation. Phi zeta. Horseshit! No. Getting close. Again, but not exactly where we want to be. New set of rotations. Let's be smart about this. There's still the option of us doubling down the size one more time. But I don't think we need to. Let's maybe take care of... If we quadruple it... then we might have an easier time with the rotation. I mean... Make it bigger. Make our problem bigger. That would probably solve things, right? Right? That's how you do things. But this might be a little bit easier now, because now we got like a whole bunch of blocks of 4 we can work with. Just make your problem size bigger and it might do something magic in the end. It doesn't really matter which rotation we make. Let's use this one. We don't have that one over there. We can already rotate. We would also need to do then, of course, make our target bigger. If we take like 4 times the input, then we also have to make 4 times the output, of course. Bigger equals better. Exactly. I mean, it could just be that we might just not see what we actually need to do over there. We do know that, and let's do this in blocks of 4. We can rotate this. And the only reason we rotate this is so that we have some of these other balls available. Because then we can, for example, either one that makes theta. Doesn't really matter which one. Either gamma and Xi or lambda and phi. Into theta and epsilon. Let's make some more epsilons. This one is fine. Let's take 4 of these. And 4 of these. Turn them into 4 of these. As well as 4 of these. We can then do a full rotation. Before we do that, 48, 48, no, yes, because we got 64 over there, and we want to have 42 over there. So if we take these out, this should be 42 then. Yes, yes, yes. We do the full rotation of these, which gives us 4 more of these, 4 more of these, 4 more of these, and 4 more of these. 64. Let me just orient this a bit. It gets a little bit confusing. We have not lost our balls yet. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. We can mass convert quite a bit of these V's and these epsilons straight up into X's and epsilons. That is a thing we can do. So we can take 16 over there and 16 over there and turn you into 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that's a transition we know we can do because we've done it multiple times. We can also rotate this over here into something that might work, and then we need to combine them up with the V's over there. The V's over there. One more time. The V, the V, the V, the V, the V. What rotates with V? Well, the things that make zeta over there, nothing rotates with V, but what we can do, if we rotate the V's into epsilons by doing something over there, or the V's into X's, then we can rotate those X's with the gammas into zetas and lambdas. And we can rotate the lambdas with the thetas into... We can rotate the lambdas with the thetas into epsilons and zetas. And we can rotate the epsilons and the gammas back into lambdas, or the epsilons and the... what's the other epsilon rotation? Epsilon and thetas into phi and gammas. Alright, alright. Let's maybe try to rotate one of these. Like, how about we rotate the thetas together with the lambdas? That was 8 of them, and 8 of them. That was 8 of them, right? Yeah, 8 of them. And 8 of them. Into 8 of these. 8 of these. We could technically rotate these back into lambdas and thetas. But we need to do something about these omegas. Omegas and epsilons over there. We can rotate into lambdas and gammas. Or we rotate omegas into thetas and x's. And then the x's and the gammas into back into lambdas. This might be good. Okay, the omegas and the epsilons into... Now, what do you say? The omegas and the lambdas. We rotate all of these omegas, 12 of them, and 12 of these, into 12 more x's. And we rotate them as well into 12 new thetas. There we go. Then we take the thetas. Then we take the gammas and the x's. All of our gammas. 12 of them. And 12 of these. Rotate them into 12 of these. And 12 lambdas back. Alright. We know that we can... Oh, do we want to do that already? Maybe. And now we have... Now we can rotate lambdas. We can rotate some of the lambdas. with some of the thetas into epsilons and zetas. And can we rotate Xi? We can rotate Xi and Zeta, or Xi and Zeta, or we can rotate... We can rotate Xi and Gamma. We don't have Gamma anymore. Lambda and Sigma. I mean, we can rotate this one more time. Let's just do this and see where we end up. 4 lambdas and 4 sigmas into, or 8 of them, into 8 more epsilons and 8 more thetas. That concludes this block. We can consume this block together with that block to make this block and to make that block. Is this 64? 62. We lost something over there somewhere. It should be 64, right? Something went wrong somewhere. $32, 64. Alright, a couple step backs. Sorry about that. Bum. We definitely need to consume these Xy's over there. These Xy's over there, we get too many of them. So, Xy's and Gammas over there into... Yeah, let's do that one. All the Gammas, 12 of them, and 12 of these. Was that 12? That was 12. 12 of these. Into 12 new Lambdas. And 12 new Zetas. 32, 64, yes. Then, the Omegas over there. Omegas and Lambdas into X's and Thetas. We could do that. We still have like 4 V's extra over there that are currently not going anywhere. Those V's. Phi and Zeta and Phi and Gamma. What did we do over here before that? $32, 64. Yeah, we need to at least get 4 of these gone. Because they cramp our style. And 4 of these. Into 4 new Omegas. And 4 new X's. Omega and Lambdas into Xi and Phi. That will be a lot of Xi suddenly. Or Omega and Epsilon into Lambda Gamma. I like that more. Epsilon, Omega into Lambda Gamma. Then Omega. Omega Lambda into Xi Phi, maybe. Or Omega Epsilon into Lambda Gamma. Well, let's do the X's then. Let's get rid of these. And 8 of these. Turn it into 8 of these. And we get some of these X's back. Alright. Gamma Xi into... Yes, let's do that. Let's get rid of these. Gamma Xi into the same amount of Lambda. And target. We also got some more Ph's over there. Phi Gamma over there. Let's do those. No, but that will turn them back into omegas. Do we want that? But we need to get rid of these. These are in the way. So 4 of these and 4 of those. Into 4 gammas and a whole bunch of Xi again. The Xi together with... Well, we need to make gammas again. We could make gammas out of... We are out of gamma options, are we? We got a whole bunch of lambda and Xi over here suddenly. Lambda and Xi returning into epsilon and phi. Epsilon, omega will be turning back into lambda and gamma. Let's do that. So, over there. What did we say? Xi gamma? No, lambda. We're gonna consume these. We're gonna consume those. We're gonna get some epsilons back. And we're gonna get some of these actually back, which might be good. Epsilon, gamma over there, into same amount of lambda again. And gamma again. Oh, we take 8 gammas. We take 8 of these. And we turn them into 8 of these. And 8 of those. How the fuck did we do that? Did anyone make any notes? Replay your stream, I have no idea of the full step. Same. But we know it's solvable. I mean, we already knew it's solvable. We need to know which recipes we needed. There were a couple steps in there. Still in the puzzle? Well, we just solved it. But we were terrible at making notes. So yes. But we managed to shovel the balls together in a way that we made our input selection for there. There should be 32. Yeah, 32, 32, and then 64 and 64. So, and we did that with simple machines. We did not do that with any kind of augmented machine. We just used simple machines. So, no combo machines. Well, actually, no, that's not quite true. We did use one combo machine. But we know it's solvable. Time to watch the watch and do it for the steps. Oh, no. We're just going to solve it again. But this time we do it more systematically. Machines that we used, or recipes that we used. One recipe we definitely made heavy use of was this one over there. That turns epsilons and phis into this. This is definitely one part of the machine. This Control Z, we moved so much shit around. I wouldn't be able to tell it anymore. What do we flip-flop over here? You over there, you take the gamma out. And you over there, you take the omega out. The game definitely has all the steps in memory, but you will not be able to make heads and tails out of it. No. We made some very good assumptions over here. And we can definitely solve it one more time. So we know this is solvable. Fuck this. Now we just need to figure out the steps again. And going quadruple of this definitely helped us out all the way. We have some hints over there, which we could make use of. And the first step I think we did was make some zetas which we needed for the rotation. And that already, well, we can already turn some of these. And I think we already did that right away from the get-go. With this machine, we're gonna turn some of these, not all of these, but some of these, into a set of lambdas and gammas. Can we maybe keep them like in groups of 4? Not really lambdas and gammas. It's of course lambdas and eta x's. Good. That is one part. Then this one. This one over there will take 4 lambdas and 4 thetas, and turn them into epsilons and zetas. So we get some new epsilons over there. And some zetas. Let's not play around with those. You there. We need one conversion. This over there. This is part of the thing, because then we do this into one group of this, one group of that, one group of this, and a new group of that. I guess we can just take another group of, say, 16 of these and 16 of these and turn them into... Something broke. How are you 50? There we go. 48, 48. Yeah, something broke over here. Yeah, this is a correct step. We take lambdas and thetas. So, yeah, 4 of these and 4 lambdas. Keep that 4, please. Into 4 of you. And what's the other thing we get over there? We get some epsilons in there. Then we do the conversion. Take these out over there. You get 4 of these. You get 4 of those. You get 4 of these. And you get 4 of those. 64 and 32. Perfect. Then, how do we do these conversions for that? The omegas are mandatory. The omegas and the epsilons we can combine. 12 of these together with 12 of these. Might be a good idea. Omega epsilon. Omega epsilon. Let's put you over there. Into 12 lambdas and 12 gammas. 12 gammas. And 12 lambdas. Good. 4 of those other epsilons we can combine with the thetas. Or we could just combine them further up and turn them into more. Let's do this. All the x's and all the lambdas. Alright, gamma. Gamma and phi. Yes. Into omega and xi. No. Gamma. Gamma and xi. Yes, gamma and xi. We take a row of gammas, 12 of these, and a row of x's, 12 of those. Which means this machine over there is mandatory as well. Turn them into 12 lambdas and 12 zetas. Then we got the gamma machine over there again. We take the gammas again, combine them up with the thetas over there to turn them into etas. So gammas go away and 12 thetas go away. We get 12 omegas. And we get 12 x's. Mandatory machine as well. Then we do the omega transfusions again. We already have you over there. We take omega and epsilon again, of which we have none. Now we need another machine. Omega and lambda to turn that into xi and theta. No. Omega epsilon. Lambda theta. Yes, we can turn these thetas, 8 of them, and 8 lambdas. Yep. Into 8 epsilons. And these 8. Mandatory machine. Then we already have a recipe for the epsilons over there. The epsilons we can combine over there with the omegas into lambdas and gammas. $32, 64. Good. We can do the phi gamma thing again to turn these. Do we want to do the phi gamma again? No, we probably want to do. Let's have a look over there. We got gammas. Gamma xi into zeta lambda. We got a lot of lambdas. We need to do something with these lambdas. Lambda phi. Or lambda phi again. We already have a lambda phi machine over there. If we have a second machine over there because we thought we need a second machine over there, that's fine. Lambda phi. What's the other lambda machine? Still joking. We had a solution. We're trying to recreate a solution. Lambda phi or lambda omega into x's. Yes. We take these 3 or 4 omegas over there. We take these 4 lambdas over there. Yeah, we got a solution, but we didn't write it down. Pretty much. 4 lambdas, 4 omegas into 4 x's. And into 4 thetas. Then we can take the thetas together with the lambdas and turn them into epsilon and zetas. The thetas with the lambdas into epsilons and zetas. We can murder these together to make more of you and more of you. Phi gamma. Phi and gamma into omega and xi. Let me just sort these together real quick because it's getting a little bit. How do we enter over here again? No! I think we can still make it work. Gamma. Gamma. Gamma, lambda into xi phi. Good. And then... we got the many X's. We got Thetas. We combine Theta and Lambda into Epsilon and Zeta. Is there a conversion Phi Epsilon? Because technically we would need to take... we did one step too many somewhere, I think. What can we do with the X's and the Epsilons? Xi Gamma, Epsilon Omega. Rien ne va plus. Alright. This is something we know we can do. And this is something we also want to do. Lambda Theta into Zeta and Epsilon. Then we can convert. $64, perfect. Alright. Let's not worry too much about the Ph's and the Epsilons, because we know we can convert them into Lambdas and X's. What we need to work with now is the Omegas. The Omegas need to go first. Omegas and Epsilons into Lambdas and Gammas. That sounds like a very good idea. So we do all 12 of them. I think that's also part of the reason why we kind of got stuck again. Let's do smaller batches. Let's do 8 of them. These 8 and those 8 into these 8. And what's the other part we get? Lambdas? Lambdas, yes. And those 8. 64, 32. Yes. Now we need to do something with our gammas. Gamma Phi into Omega Xi. Is that what we want to do? No, we kind of want to get to our solution value. Gamma Xi. Yes, that's what we want to do. We're going to take 8 of these gammas and 8 of these X's. And we're going to turn them into 8 of our target solution and gamma Xi and 8 more lambdas. Now we've got a whole bunch of extra lambdas on this side. We need to do something with those extra lambdas. What can we do with the extra lambdas? Lambda together with Omega or lambda together with Xi. Let's do the lambda key conversion, because that gives us more target. So block of 8, block of 8, block of 8, and that will take us into more epsilons, right? Lambda Theta into Epsilon and Zeta. Yes. Alright, we got 4 more Omegas over there, which I wouldn't mind to turn into anything else. We also got a whole bunch of Ph's again. Phi Omega, is Phi Omega a thing? Phi Gamma is a thing that will give us Omegas. And Omega Lambda is a thing that will give us more Thetas. What else do we have available over there with Phi Gamma? We know about you. What about Omega? Omega Lambda into Xi Theta. Let's do that. 4 of these and 4 of those. Into you. and into you. Alright. Then, what can we do with those extra Vitas? Vita Lambda into Epsilon Gamma. Let's do that. Phi Lambda into Epsilon this thing. Alright. And what's this conversion? Now we got a whole bunch of gammas over there. The gammas we can combine with the x's, or the gammas we can combine with the ph's. Let's combine the gammas with the ph's, because we're kind of low on c's over there. So let's take these 12 over there and find 12 over there. Gamma and phi together with omega and xi. We get some omegas back, which is kind of annoying. And we get x's back, right? Yes, we get x's back. $64, 32. Alright, and then we combine lambda and omega, right? Lambda and omega into xi and theta. That seems like a good idea. We don't have that many lambdas, but we can take like these over there and turn them into lambdas and x's. We know that. So we can take this entire row and that entire row and turn them into 12 x's and 12 thetas. Good. And then we can take the thetas with the lambdas to turn them into epsilons and... we don't have that many lambdas. Xi zeta. That's not the step we want to do. That's too much xi. What's the other xi consumption step? Xi gamma. Can we get from theta to gamma? No. $64, 32. This is a valid state. But we can combine... What was it? Oh, we need to go to gamma. So we need to turn our omegas into gammas. We can do that with epsilons. Let's do this step. Do we have the step down here as well? We sure do. Didn't we just do that step? Maybe. But we combine you into gamma. 1, 2, 3. Together with you. To get lambda and gamma out of that, we already have 32, 64. Alright. And then we take the gammas together with the x's to turn them into lambdas and result. Gamma xi, yeah. So 12 of these together with 12 of those. Into 12 of these. Gamma xi, what was it again? Gamma xi, and 12 lambdas. Yeah, we're still playing with balls. And then we can convert these 16 into those 16. And now we've got some fees available. How do we have some extra fees now? Maybe we can work for that. So Adams, you won't believe it, because we already had the perfect solution, but we kinda didn't make any notes, so now we need to retrace our steps. But we came up with a solution. I mean, I could just watch the what back, but there might also be an error in the solution. But we did something special in the previous solution that we're now failing to do. Expanding this is definitely the way to go. Making the problem size bigger definitely works. And starting off with this is definitely also the correct idea. Alright. We quadrupled our size because we kind of had like some issues over there with the old thing where we had like some odd numbers. Now we only have even numbers. And all these numbers are divisible by 2, which makes it even better. The first step is definitely correct. I do not believe that the first step is incorrect. But to get to the zetas, we got 2 ways to go. We can either consume some keys and some gammas, or we can consume some lambdas and some thetas. Both of these are going in a similar direction. If we have a look at the cheat sheet over there, if we consume lambdas or keys, well, that's both things that we need. And thetas and gammas, they're both one step away from what we need to do. But that could be the crucial part where it went all the way wrong. These are the fees. The purple ones are the fees. The red ones are the epsilons. The 2 green ones are the lambdas and the x's. The thetas are the orange ones. The gammas are the purple ones. And the omegas are, I guess, the blackish, bluish ones. Alright, but I think maybe we start off with this one, the thingy, but I think we should do this one over there. Because we definitely made note that we used the... we did use this one over there. But maybe we should use this one instead. We take gammas and x's and turn them into zetas and lambdas. So 4 x's and 4 gammas into 4 zetas and 4 lambdas. Double check real quick. Yeah, 4 gammas and 4 x's into 4 zetas and 4 lambdas. And we only want gamma and gamma pi. Now we want to get this. This is what we want to get. We want to get 32 yellows, 32 greens, and 32 of the other greens. Good. We can now do the inversion, because we do need to do the inversion, because at the moment we got like 48 over there and 48 over there, so we need to invert. That is definitely an absolute truth. So then we get to 64 and 32, which matches this over there and that over there. Good. And now we need to get to work. And the biggest problem, I think, is always these gammas over here. These gammas need to go in first. We could split it on half, like turn 6 of the gammas over there into thetas, and 6 of the gammas over there into, not gammas, omegas. So we can combine the epsilon omega as one of them, and lambda gamma is the other. Let's do both of these. Is it the correct time to invert? Don't think it matters too much. I think the inversion step should be the first one we do, because we do want to have the balls we want to have over there, and we already came to the perfect solution at this. Yeah, let's get rid of 6 of these. 6 of these. It should be more or less 8 of these. Actually, wait a minute. If you have a look at this, if we convert 8 of these into gammas by means of epsilons, epsilon into gamma, means we also take 8 of these. Epsilon omega into lambda gamma, so we get 8 lambdas and 8 gammas. And then on top of that, we take the other recipe for the other gamma conversion, which is omega lambda into xi theta, omega lambda into theta and Xi. And let's sort these together a little bit. We can probably delete these and get another group of these, another group of those. That looks a bit better. Doing math and problem solving on a Friday? Yes, because it's fun. Having the taste of getting close to the end really, really got to me. Alright. We need to rotate the gammas and the vitas. We can rotate the gammas into our target solution by consuming the Xyz. And we can rotate the vitas into our target solution by consuming lambdas. So basically we can convert Xyz into lambdas and lambdas into epsilons. Which I'm very happy to do. So that's like 16 of each. Let's start with you. 16 of you, poof. Because we throw them into this machine. Together with 16 gammas. Into 16 of the target. And 16 new lambdas. Which we're going to place over there. We then take these 16 new lambdas and these 16 new fetus over there to turn that into the target solution as well. And that will give us 16 of these. I think we're going too hard on this. We're refining it with every step further and further and further. We can convert epsilons and phis into Xyz and lambdas. But we still have like this group of 8 phis over there. We could maybe do a little bit of... Because the only other thing we can convert phis with is with zetas. Phi zeta over there. We need to do that. We need to get rid of these. These need to go. Together with 8 of the zetas. Phi zeta into 8 gamma and 8 epsilon. Okay. Which means we need to do epsilon gamma again. Gamma we can combine up with Xyz. Or with phis. I never take Xyz anymore. How are we ending up with so much fucking lambda now? Let's do gamma phi. And we will end up with omegas out of this. But we do gamma phi, but we do also end up with 8 Xyz. Then gamma, we rotate further. Gamma, we should not rotate into... omega, we should not rotate into gamma. We should rotate omega into theta. So, omega and lambda into Xi and theta. Omega and lambda into Xi and theta. And then we rotate theta into the final slot. Theta we combine up with theta lambda into epsilon zeta. Theta lambda into epsilon zeta. And then we delete you and you to make more of you. And you. And now we have It's a fucking Rubik's Cube we're solving over here. Because now we have a line of red in there. Rotate further. Just keep on spinning until we get to the solution. Oh, zeta consumption. Zeta. Zeta phi. And zeta xi. Four and four. In the hopes that we rotate in the correct direction. We still have extra zetas. Yeah, but we don't really want to use up the zetas. But we should probably eat 12 of these. And 12 of these. To make 12 of these. Well, 16, right? Wait a minute. Go back a couple steps. 16 of these and 16 of these. Into those and into these again. Ball check, 64, 42. And then we rotate them back one more time. A lambda phi. Do we have the lambdas for that? We do have the lambdas for that. Lambda theta into... But that will make us even more red though, so that... that makes even more red! I need less red! We spun the wrong direction somewhere. Redo. All right. Let's maybe go from a different approach. We should definitely at least do the ball balancing first. So, I mean, the inversion early. We did the inversion early the last time as well, which I think is the correct way to do because then we at least got to the correct solution. The only question is which one of the inversions we do, and we just did the other one we thought we needed to do, but I think we need to do this one. I think this one is way better. Like, not you. We need the other inversion that makes theta, zeta. We need to consume... That's the same thing. The other one. This one. Lambda theta. We consume 4 thetas and 4 lambdas to make 4 red balls and 4 yellow balls. 48. 48. Then we rotate. So we have the 64 over there and the 32 over there. Alright. And there's a couple of things we need to balance over here. For one, we need to balance the phis to the epsilons, as well as we need to balance the x's to our lambdas. Let's maybe put these again in a perspective where it's a little bit easier to look at. Good. Now we got some bars in there. Yeah, we already have a lot of red balls. That's fine. These over here. We can convert these over here into these over there. So for example, we could take these out and turn them into that. So that these over here we can 1-to-1 convert. So we need to even out the red and the greens, but at the same time, we also need to equalize these. So let's see. Let me just move some stuff around real quick. $64, yeah. Something like this would be correct. So, preferably, if we could turn 4 off... Let's ignore everything else for now, because I think everything else we can shuffle together. But we need to balance this out a little bit more. So let's see if we can do something with the fees. Fees and gammas, or... The other one was probably the fee and the zeta, right? Yeah, the other one was fee zeta. So let's take out the 4 fees and the 4 gammas and do that recipe we have over there. Phi gamma into omega xi. And then we get some more omegas. Let's also get back over there. 64, 42. No, don't worry about the red balls. Don't worry about that. Alright. Now we definitely need to do something about these omegas. Omega epsilon into lambda gamma. Take all of these. And all of these. Omega epsilon. Into lambda gammas. Yep. Then, gamma xi is a thing, right? Yes, do gamma xi. If we take all the x's and all of the gammas, we can turn them into our target that we need. Or, alternatively... Now, I think for once... We can turn the lambdas into epsilons, right? Yes, we can. Yeah, do lambdas, do these for there first. These go. And these go. So we get some epsilons back. And some of our targets. Alright. We can then do once phi zeta. And I think that's the trick we used last time around. Because if we do phi zeta over there... Yes! We take these. We take those. We do phi zeta. We get 8 more gammas out of that. So now we got a whole bunch of gamma over there. But we also get 8 more epsilons over here. Let me halve these down real quick. Alright, alright. And now we need to do... Now we definitely need to do something with the gammas. Gamma xi into zeta lambda. So... Then we get extra lambdas. And then... Gamma phi. If we take those phis and we take these gammas... We can turn them into omegas and phis. Then we got a whole bunch of extra phis over there. We can then take the other phis and the gammas, turn them into zeta lambda. Let's save this state. This is the stage we have achieved at some point in time. We do have to keep in mind that we did that by doing this step. This step is important. I'm still not quite sure how we're going to implement this at the end. That's still the worst part. We're just looking at the correct amount of operators. But we still have to implement it afterwards. Alright, let's wait for these to come. Bum, 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 bum. How many operators do we have? Not that many. We got one over here that turns these into those. So we can turn this into that. Or better do it like this one is. Technically, we could already convert all of this into the solution that we want, but practically we need to play a little bit more with these balls, because we need to rotate these over there into their zeta equivalent. The yellow ball is called zeta, and we have one recipe over there and one recipe over there. We can combine the gammas with the x's to make yellow balls or zetas and lambdas. Then we got extra lambdas, but we can consume those lambdas. And we can combine the V's with the gammas to make the X's back, and we get omegas. Let's start with this one. We take our X's and our gammas. That was the correct step, what? No, we turn these into omegas, sorry. It seems a bit like a step in the wrong direction, but let's get there step by step. Into the X's, so we get extra X's over there. We then also take the X's and the gammas to turn them into solution value. And more lambdas. We then take these and those. To turn them into lambdas and gammas. No. We can take lambda and omega over there. We take omega and lambda to turn that into xi and theta, so we get some more x's again. But this time we get theta. $64.32, yes. The theta we could combine with the lambda to make more epsilon and more yellow balls. No. We should do something with these x's. But xi theta... No, we... What is the other xi one? Xi zeta? That goes the wrong way. Mouth lesson? Pretty much. It's more or less just ball sorting at the moment. Is this all correct? 64.32, yes. It's more like just solving a Rubik's Cube, but we're being terrible at it. All right, go back to this step. I think this is in a good place. We just have to be a little bit careful with how we turn the gammas over there. Gamma and xi into answer and lambda, or gamma and phi into omega. We need to delete the red balls. Well, technically we can convert all of this into all of this. Technically this side over there is already solved. It's just that this is not yellow. This part over there is the problem. Unless... No, that is not going to be the case. If we move two balls on the same side, one of them can go into the target, but the other one will go somewhere else. And we can't move both into the target at the same time. We basically need to prepare a rotation over there, so we can shovel you into the yellow state, while you go back in your neutral state. And then we need to do it again. And with this in front of us, okay, how can we, what do we need to shuffle? What do we need to shuffle? Yellow or Y? Gamma? I will have Greek nightmares until the end of days. Alright. And then, can we shuffle the Gamma then back into Xyz? We can, right? And the Lambdas. That will be this one over there. But for that we need Omegas. We don't have Omegas. We only have Gammas. What's the other Gamma recipe? Gamma Phi? We could take some of the Phis and some of the Gammas to turn them into Omegas and Xyz. We can then take some of the Xyz and some more of the Omegas to turn them into target value and Lambdas. We can then take some of the Lambdas, some of the Omegas to turn them back into Xyz and Phis. And then we can take some of the Phis and some of the Lambdas to put it back into the target as well. Let's do this in smaller batches, because that's also how we did it the last time around. We take 4 of these, 4 of those. We turn them into 4 of these and 4 of those. That's fine for now. We then take wait, that is the exact one thing we should not do, right? Yeah, we started wrong, sorry. We take 4 of these and 4 of those. 4 Gammas and 4 Phitas, and we turn them into 4 Omegas. And 4 Phis. We then take the Omegas over there, together with 4 Lambdas over there, to turn them into 4 Phita. And 4 Xyz. 64. 32. Yes. And then we take these in the Lambdas to turn them into more Epsilons. And a bit of yellow. Good. And now we're kind of a little bit off kilter and off balance, but that is fine, because we can take 4 of these and 4 of those to turn them into 4 more of these, and we get some Lambdas back. And now we're kind of strong on the Red Bulls. Epsilons, we can only consume Epsilons either with Omega, or we can consume Epsilon with Theta. And we already had a bit of a Theta loop over here, so let's do this loop one more time, but this time around we use this one to counter it. So again, we're gonna take 4 of these Omegas and 4 of the... Well, we can take 4 of the Omegas and 4 of the Xyz to make 4 more of these and 4 more Lambdas. That will even you out a little bit more. That's good. But what we actually want to do is we want to probably rotate more into... There's only one Gamma Omega rotation, which is the Phi rotation. There's no other one. So we do this, and we do that. Phi Gamma, and we get Omega yet again. 4 of them. Pom 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 pom. As well as the 8. Phi Gamma into Omega Xi. Good. We can then take the Red Balls and the Omega Balls to turn those, where is that? Into Lambda Gamma. Can we do that again? Because we need to get rid of more of those Red Balls. But the further we do this, the more of the Phi we consume. $64, 32. We need to rotate these to Vita. Omega needs to go to Vita. Omega, 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 Omega. This one. We consume 4 lambdas and 4 omegas to create 4 Vitas. And we'll steal the fort. 4 Xyz. Omega, Lambda, Xi, Vita. We then take the Vitas and the Epsilons to turn them into V's and Omegas again. Ah, that's a counter crank. Alright, alright. Playing with these balls. We could do this again. Lambda, Omega. Into more Eta and Vita. And then these again with you into more Phi and Omega again. Alright, now we need to consume a couple of these Xyz because they've been piling up over there. But we can't do that with Xi Zeta? No, the other one. Xi Gamma, because we've got a whole bunch of Gammas over there. And we're gonna consume at least 8 of them. Xi Gamma go into there. We get Lambdas, 8 of them out of there again. Pom pom pom. That's not correct. 8 of them. And we get 8 of these. Let's do some more. Let's do... Wait, something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Eight, 8. Phi Gamma into 8 more of these. And 8 more lambdas. 64, 32. Yes. Alright, alright, alright. Let's take these 4 and those 4. I kind of want to stabilize this a little bit more. That was Phi Gamma again. Yeah, into 4 more of these. And 4 more lambdas. We can then combine the lambda over there with the omega to make more Xyz and more V's. And then we can combine Xi Gamma into U and some lambda. And Theta Lambda into Epsilon Gamma. We solved it again! We still made a mess of it. Write it down. I'm trying to. And it's more gonna be a bigger problem of how do we even write this up and hook this up? Because we made a mess of it again. We got there. Again. Good. But it got messy again. Need to count the output arm to do a sequential thing? Yeah. I mean, what I'm kind of thinking about is... That's the whole other problem. How do we implement this? Because we're going to have a whole range of machines that all want to do something. And then we need to combine it in a way that it'll work. That's the whole other problem. We know it's solvable. We know that there's a perfect solution to solve the puzzle. That's good. It does require some balls to float, but that's fine. We can speed up the process of beacons. That's no problem. That's nothing to worry about. But if we just put down machines that do the operations that we think that we need, we might still end up in a corner. One machine, one operation, easy but ugly combinated account. Oh, that would be horrible. We need to refine this a little bit more. And this time we're gonna do it a little bit more explicitive. We're gonna go one more go from the start, and the start is over here. We probably have to make some notes out of this. This is our starting group. And as the starting group, I mean, we always need, yeah, we can definitely do it probably in a way that we can always maybe leave a certain amount of balls on the belt. I mean, we're gonna probably have a, let's start to slowly implement this. Because it's basically going to be this thing over there. There you go. With both of your recipes. Doesn't really matter which one is which. But we're going to be doing the Tesseract recipes over there. Good. Ball input. Ball output. And you're going to have a filter over there. This is going to be non-Tesseracts. Because you're just gonna wait for the balls to come in. We're basically gonna make a loop over here. Good. In this machine, we're definitely gonna have this machine over there. In, out, in, out. What do? You consume? Well, at least we're gonna set the filters for now. We'll probably still have to wire these up appropriately. But this is the big machine that converts epsilons and phis into x's and lambdas. That's the one thing that we always need quite a bit of. We definitely know that we need that machine. We also know that we will need another machine in the row over here. And that is, let's do these conversions first. So we're gonna do these conversions, yada yada yada. That's these conversions for there. Pom 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 pom. We know that we did this conversion first. The lambda theta into epsilon and zeta. Did we do this one first? Yes, we did do this one first. This is the thing that we do so that we can convert lambda theta into epsilon zeta. And the whole reason we do this is so that we can do the following. Because we do the inversion over here, where we take in zeta, theta, gamma, omega, and we turn that into balls of the other side. So these balls over here vanish, and these show up as new balls over there. Alright, that's also... $64, $32. Perfect. Filter for output as well. Yeah, for these ones, definitely. You're right. It's gonna be not this. Not that. Good, 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 good. Alright, and now we're at this level again. Then, we kind of tried to balance the left side over here first, which means I guess we did something with the fees over here. So Welshie, we came to the solution twice, but our ability of making notes was terrible. So we're now doing it for real the third time around. But we came to the solution twice in a row. Phi gamma. I guess we started off with that, right? Consume of the Ph's and some of the gammas and turn them into omegas and C's. How many of this did we do then? Or did we do something with the omegas first? Shit, my brain is already... We are thinking so much about this. What gold does the solution produce? Basically infinite Tesseracts, as we have a perfect solution now. I basically want to have a machine over here that has a set amount of balls in it, that we do not no longer need to add any more balls to it. It will just keep on making Tesseracts. Or the other way around, we want to have a stable Tesseract production. That is the goal. And for that, we need the machines, the operations that we need to do. We probably need to set some limits over there so that we don't overdo certain operations. We will probably need to float a whole bunch of extra balls over here just to make this work. But I think it will be fine. Just needs to have a little bit more of a push. Alright. I should have made notes, man. What the fuck? Read, state, enable, disable machines. No. Need to remember the number of operations too? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think if we leave enough of a buffer that we always have balls available so that we can do either operation that we need, I think we will be fine. We could of course implement it with the perfect amount of machines and operations. That will be the other way of doing it. We can leave that open. For now, we need to make damn sure that we know which operations we need. Once we know which operations we need, we can then still move this around in a way how we think it will be fit. Alright, but back to this. Fees. Fees and gammas? Did we do that? I guess we did do that. Fees and gammas into omegas and C's. It already feels different. Why does it feel different? But maybe we're correct. Yeah, Phi and Gamma is the only way to go over there. And then with Omega, Omega Lambda into Phi Theta. Or Omega Epsilon into Lambda Gamma. No. But I think we can do this. And I think we can do that. We would definitely be doing this machine over there every now and then. So we make 8 lambdas and 8 gammas. That feels a bit better. Phi gamma is a thing, right? Oh yes, Phi gamma is a thing. Alright, do that again. Phi gamma into 8 omegas and 8 x's. Alright. And now we got a whole bunch of x's. Xi gamma into target lambda. Xi gamma into target lambda. We made some epsilons at some point in time. But not with you. Nah, we definitely did. We made some gammas. We consumed some. And Star Citizen's updated next impossibly great MMO. How is Star Citizen still a thing? Literally wizards engineers? There. It's been so long that I completely stopped caring about it. Phi gamma. Zeta phi. No. Theta epsilon. Lambda theta. We definitely did some lambda thetas. We got a whole bunch of lambdas. We got a whole bunch of thetas. Which makes us 8 more of these. And 8 more of these. I remember this. Alright. And then we can probably retrace a step. We can do more of this. Which will turn 8 of these and 8 of these into 8 of these. And 8 of those. Gammas and x's into zetas and lambdas. Now we're kind of going heavy on the lambdas again. We're missing a step again. Lambda omega. Lambda omega into xi and phi. And then phi lambda into epsilon and z. We did it for a 3rd time. That's all the machines that we need. Fellas, come on. Be nice. I don't care about Star Citizens. Alright. We now have all the operands we need. And this is the machine that we want to make. Oh. Alright. Now what? Let's have a look at these operations in here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got all 8 operations in here. That makes little sense, doesn't it? This is a combination machine where we float 2 balls in between. Which I guess makes sense. But we have this machine over here. And we have this machine over here as a standalone as well. So I guess this step over there, we don't really need this step, do we then? Because we could replicate the same thing over there with the balls of the belt. We just have to be careful about it. Which would make way more sense, because we kind of want to reduce this to the minimum amount over there. Madman, hello there! Thank you for turning your remaining brain cells into mush on this fine Friday. Absolutely. Megatron, can you sing us a song? But how do we do the rest of this? Just to be sure, let's make immediately put this in there. This came to a conclusion. But yeah, I think we can get rid of this. And then we can just nudge it together a little bit more. Do we need a second inversion machine? I mean, inversions do take time. Inversions are kind of slow. We might want to have a second one of these. And then we nudge to get a little bit more. Here we go. Definitely looks way different, whatever the fuck we came up with over there. What did we do over there? We did like 3 inversions, I think. Alright. Good. Do we just keep like... Do we keep it like really simple and stupid? Or do we set up a combinator for each one of these? Will this work if you feed it? That's the thing I'm kind of thinking about right now. We definitely need some kind of limitation. But in my opinion, if we can do an operation, we should maybe do an operation. I kind of have the feeling that we are going to have upper and lower limits for these. I guess each one of these will be getting its own combinator. And we will be like reading the belt because we need to know what we have every time. There we go. So we always want to know what we have. We could just do the bare necessity for limitations over here for this machine over there. Like, only activate this insert over there if we know that we have, like, extra lambdas and extra thetas. And we don't have that many zetas. So, it will be just a fair, quick and easy 4 input solution. Lambda, theta, epsilon, zeta. For example, before we activate you, we want to at least have, like, say, at least 3 thetas on the belt, and we want to have at least 3 lambdas on the belt. But we also need to have maybe just go for 3. Random number. I just pulled out of my ass again. The closer we get this number to like a minimal viable something, then the less balls we will need. The bigger we make these numbers, the more balls we need over here to buffer this. Which will be kind of annoying. But I think this might be fine. And then we just wire you up over there, and you are only going to be enabled if and only if you get a green check mark. There you go. go, and then we just need to adjust the settings for all of them. Let's do the inversion last. You over there, you would then be phi gamma into omega xi. Excuse me. Ah. Yeah, with that you would be epsilon gamma. Wait a minute, epsilon gamma again? No. Epsilon gamma into lambda. No, epsilon omega into lambda gamma. You would be gamma xi. Yeah, we definitely don't have gamma xi yet. Gamma xi into zeta lambda. You would be lambda theta into... Oh, we already have you. Then we don't need you. And you would be omega lambda into epsilon omega lambda into epsilon xi theta. Xi theta. And for the conversions over there, there will be 4 more conditions. And the conversion is zeta theta. Wait, where did my shit go? Zeta theta gamma omega. Zeta theta gamma omega. Yep. Into lambda xi epsilon phi. And then these need to be less than 3. And these need to be more than 3. Could work. Who the fuck knows? Yeah, let's get some more settings in here. Let's move you out by 1. Request. Provision. You need all of these, but none of those. Yeah, order up like 50 of these. Order up like 200 of these. And then order up like 100 of these. And then let's wait for some stuff. And see if it gets stuck or not. I'm just gonna get some bull. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that'll be fine. Alright, you got some balls. I'm just gonna throw some of these balls in here. There we go. There's, of course, a certain minimum amount of balls that we need. I know the number from the top of my head. Let's also stop doing this. Oh yeah, the output needs to be filtered. You are correct. Pom pom pom. No. Well then, I guess we need more lambdas. Just gonna steal a couple of these. There we go. we need way more balls. We just need to keep feeding that machine over there. Didn't we have like a whole bunch of Zeta on the build? We sure do. What do we do with all these fees? Fees go into there. I'm kind of worried if I just randomly put balls in there, if we might end up already like filling it wrong from the get-go. But yeah, I'll be fine, I guess. Oh, science is moving again. That's a really good sign. Yeah, we should be a little bit careful with the input. I should probably... Yeah, instead of like putting random balls and random machines over there, we should probably only feed the balls in that we need over there, because else we might just skew our ball economy. Oh boy, what a word. There you go. Yeah, because we've got a whole bunch of fees in there now, which I don't think we necessarily need. I'm a little bit... Am I surprised? We might need some catalyst balls though, because then we have like the phi conversion in there as well, where we take in phis and gammas over there and turn them into omegas and x's. At the same time, we take epsilon and omegas over there and turn them into lambdas and phis over there. And we don't have any epsilons in there at all. Nor do we probably have any gammas in there. Alright, well, let's feature some more lambdas. Yeah, probably need some more of these. I'll steal everything. I think we require more balls. Nah, you're still waiting on some more Zetas. Why is one of the Zeta recipe then working? Because Zeta would require either more X's or Zeta would require more lambdas. Alright, and to make more lambdas, we would need more omegas. Because, okay, we probably also need some more omegas in the system. Lambdas. Lambdas. More lambdas over there. Could probably take this lambda as well. Definitely some more zetas. There we go. I'll take these as well. Omegas. There we go. And more lambdas. I have these. And we need the omegas. We need the omegas. Oh. Oh. The other machine suddenly turned on. And it's a little bit annoying we don't see any of the other machines doing anything yet. We got so many lambdas there. Come on, do it. Yeah, it's still all kind of dead silent over there. I had all these lamps in my pockets, so already all gone. Alright. Pick some more balls up. Probably need these. Pick up those. Pick up these. Pick up those. Alright, get going. Nah, I don't think we can overball it. We got a lot of fees in there that are not being processed at all. Why is that? Because the fees require gammas. And the gammas requires Sigma Lambda. Let's throw some more gammas in there. There's some gammas over there. For the machine that requires gammas, there we go. And you require some more epsilons. You know what's part of the problem? Maybe? Nah, is that part of the problem? Probably not. Never mind. Well, we got a decent amount of balls in the system. It's just the lambdas that are missing. Which is more gammas that are required. There you go. Though we do have 16 gammas in the system, but now we're missing epsilons. More balls! Bottom left is not set up correctly? Bottom left. I think it's fine. Ew. Nah, these are all good, but we're currently just kind of backing up quite a bit on fees, which is correct. We're missing lambdas again, aren't we? Yes. I mean, worst case scenario, if things go wrong, we can always just flush these balls back into where we need them. We're using the yellow balls from the second machine on the belt. The yellow balls from the second machine. The bigger problem is the Tesseracts. I mean, this was over there. I mean, we could release these or put them back in there. But I don't see any of these machines over here even responding to anything. That's the thing I'm a little bit more concerned about right now. Because all those fees and all those epsilons are just backing up in here. V epsilon over there. Because you're waiting on... Wait, what? I think this over here might not be correct. I think this needs to be an ore. Like, only do this if we have enough of these, and if either one of these is slow, is also not good. But for example, we're not making any X's over there because we got too many Omegas. And at the same time over here, we're not gonna be consuming any Omegas over there because we got too many Gammas. Do we maybe just take out the bottom two conditions? What's -3 on the belt directly? What do you mean on the belt directly? Also... What? Ah. I think I found the problem. We do need to reset you though. Epsilon. Gamma. Lambda. Omega. Did we do that for all of them? Motherfucker. How did even anything over here work? There's on the belt, and what's less than 300 put on the belt? No. It never worked in the first place, and that's why we now have probably too many balls in here. Hey, you know what? Let's flush these balls back then. If we got too many balls, flush them back. There we go. Bon voyage. Start over. Yeah, it worked because we fed the machines by hand, absolutely. But the condition over here in the hand was not wrong. I was wrong. That's why it didn't work. So now that we got rid of the balls again, let's just feed you again with some balls. So we need some epsilons in here. And some of the other ones. Flush machines? I don't think we need to flush the machines. I think we're fine for that. Oh, I guess we do need a couple more balls in this. We need some more Zetas. Who holds Zeta? You hold Zeta. You hold Zeta. Also, we can get rid of this now. Wait, where is it? Yeah, we could just put the balls on the... We calculate on the belt, but it'll be fine. Don't worry about it too much. More of these, more of those. There we go. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna keep feeding this machine until things are flushing. Until we see the other machines over here starting up again. And we just need to flush more stuff into there. It's kind of annoying that we need to do it like this, but... Oh, one step at a time. Some more of these, please. And then we probably need to bring in some more lambdas. And some more zetas for there. None of these. Lambda and you. Which means you probably also have them in you. Yes, you do. Also keep picking up random other bullshit. There we go. More, please. Alright, what do we have on the belt? I still have the feeling that some of these conditions are just not that well. Let's take out the bottom conditions out of these. This might be a terrible thing to do, but... Oh, wait, we were missing one over there. Pum. Which one did we delete? We deleted... Omega? Omega. But at the end of the day, we kind of want to leave at least the minimum amount of these. There you go. Is that doing better? I see some activity. Have some more of these. Every machine work when they count won't be a stable system. I think if we have enough of a buffer, it should be fine. Because we just need to nudge it into the system the entire time. But it's definitely not going to be the fastest system. Let's see if it seems to be looping. Keep in mind that we will still probably need more balls because we get either one output over there. We either get the output of the Phi Gamma Omega or the Theta Epsilon Phi. I think a couple more balls will do it. We do got a whole bunch of Gamma in there now. Omega. Which requires more Epsilons. And maybe we were just very unlucky on the Epsilon rolls. I do have one Epsilon over there. I have this. Yeah, let's get some more materials. You, these, those. Still a bit stubborn, but maybe it will be fine. There we go. Purple, red. Go. Oh. Both of them? It's on too much of X instead of not enough Y. Now, I think how we have it right now is fine. But we need a little bit more. We need a little bit more. Do we have some? No, we don't have any. Let's feed it a bit more. Give it some more stuff. You has the stuff we need. Not you, not you, not you, not you. What are we looking for again? Shit, I forgot. We're actually looking for this. There you go. Have some more balls, please. I mean, if we always leave like the minimum, or not the minimum amount, but a certain amount of balls in the system at any given point in time, then we should always be able to do all the recipes, right? You're still missing some Zetas. We'll probably need these balls over there also soon. But the amount of Zetas we make is still non-sufficient. Here we go. Have some more of these. It's becoming more alive. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm just going to bring out home a whole bunch of balls and hope it will be fine. But it still seems to be fizzling out the entire time. Fizzling out because of Zetas. Because you're not getting enough lambdas, or you're not getting enough gammas. The conversion could be a problem as well, that's also true. Maybe for the conversion we need to do the this the other way around. Because I think the conversion, that's this over there. Because I think for this one it might make more sense if we do something like this, where we got the opposite ones. Which are the opposite ones? It's gonna be lambda, xi, epsilon, phi, less than 3. And we don't do the top conditions over there. So that we don't always convert. We only convert if we don't have enough and we think we can do it. But yeah, you still need more Zeta. So what do we have in the belt now? We got a whole bunch of Omega and Theta in there. And those are all on the right side. Those are technically on this side. I mean, we can definitely try to solve it yet again by just adding more balls to it. Because when we add balls to it, we see it like operate for like a little bit, and then it falls asleep again. You do an operation. Nope. Still moving. Omega and Theta. Omega requires epsilon and Theta requires lambda. But I see it moving more often than not. So I think we just need to feed it more. Feed it more, please. Here we go, here we go. little bit surprised how many balls we already placed in this thing. Any more Zeta balls? There's one over there. There's one. We used 96 to solve it. That's also very true. So we would most likely need at least 96 of them. Which is also quite a bit. How many do we have in the system on the belt alone? We have more than 96 in there. You could divide it by 4 technically. We did multiply it by 4. So I guess there was a solution we could have done. But we didn't see it in the way we did it. Yeah, the Zetas are not really being made sufficiently because you're out of Lambda apparently. It's not stable yet. I'm not too happy with it yet. It kind of seems like it's doing something useful, something sensible, but at the same time it kind of feels like it's not doing that as well. And we just keep moving ourselves into a corner further and further and further. Like the amount of Omega, the amount of Theta in there is slowly rising. But at the same time, I do see a Lambda flowing around in the air. And that is because... yeah, we keep up to 3 Lambdas in there, but then you kind of stop operating over there. What are you making? You're making Epsilon. Let's put these the other way around. Instead of restricting you on what we have, restrict you on what we could make. So if we have like less than 3 of these and less than 3 of these, you're allowed to make these. Same for you then. What's your product? You make Omega Xi. Xi. Omega. If we have less than 3 of these, and less than 3 of these, you're allowed to make this. Did the recipe for the cube swaps randomly? Yes! That's why we did that fucking calculation over here. I mean, we are going to assume that this is going to be 50-50. Like, 50% of the recipe is going to be this, and 50% of the recipe is going to be that. As such, we just took the output of both of them together, and then did the calculation on that. So, all in all, it should be fine. Same with you. You make Lambda Gamma. Pom 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 pom. Gamma Lambda. No, that assumption should be fine. It should be 50-50 down the line in the long term. Because that's how those work. If there would be a skew in how that recipe would work, then it would be a whole different story. Alright, we did you, and now we also need you over there. What do you make? You make Zeta Lambda. Zeta Lambda, less than 3. Less than 3. Pom pom. And last but not least, you make Xi Theta. Xi. That was not Xi, but that was Theta. There we go. There we go. Pom pom. Alright, alright. I still see things moving. Ah, come on. Boo. Oh. Oh. Still alive. Though, is it just hot potatoing a ball round? I mean, what do you make? You make... Oh! Oh! We might actually be good. But then what the fuck are you two doing over there? I'm pretty sure they are playing hot potato over there. Yep, they are playing hot potato over there. Alright, what's with the koala production then? Wait a minute. The koala. Yeah, we had a bit of a misstep over here, but that's... We got enough space over there. We have not paid attention in ages to what the fuck our Naquala production is doing over there. Alright. There's your problem. What the fuck happened? You happened. Is there no depot space anymore over here? Apparently there's no depot space left. So, how about you just drive over there for a second? How long has that been stuck? You've got the same issue? Yeah, over there for a second. Gonna get rid of some trains. Get out of there. Delete that train, please. Same for this boy over there, but you probably need to... Yeah, can you move over a little bit? Alright, and now get deleted. No more train stuck over there. No more train stuck over there. And... Oh, there's one stuck over there. Drive over there for a second. Yeah, it's probably also part of the reason why this happened is probably also because our base kind of fell asleep properly. And we just have too many trains that can no longer go anywhere. We could probably also make some depots, but I don't really mind just picking up some trains real quick. We can always add them back later. Another one. Really? How many of these are kinda... Alright, fair enough. I'll just keep on deleting them until we're happy with them. Another one? And there we go. How many of these don't have a home? Alright, we might have overdone the trains at some point in time. Unless we got some kind of weird situation over here where we are suddenly moving trains from one service to the other. Because technically they should all have enough room to sleep. Alright, there's another one over there. Let's make a quick additional depot. So I don't really want to build a depot right now. Nah, it's probably only one or two more here. No. Yes, maybe. Alright, alright. That's really looking better. Alright, you got some plate, but now you're waiting on lambda nodules. Else delete the symbol for signal. I did? I deleted a little bit more than the signal. I even deleted a bit of a train track. We probably also need a signal over here. Good. Suddenly trains are moving again. Yeah, that's probably fine. Alright, we got some plate back. We now got some liquid plate in there again. But, we still have an issue. Because, what does our build now tell us? We're full of Theta and Zeta and Phi, but not enough Lambda. Yeah, these conditions are not quite... Are they not quite right? They might be quite right. That should be an and, right? Not nor. Yeah, that might have broke a little bit. Oh, that. We can fix it by adding more balls to it. It'll be fine. You can try to take him out again later on. Where's some other balls? There's another one, there's another one, there's another one, and there's a couple more. Here we go. Alright. What are you waiting on? You're waiting on Xyz. Do we even have Xyz on the belt? We got one of them somewhere. There we go. But the balls we've placed back, none of them are making Xyz. I think we kind of accidentally broke the ball balance on there, so we're just going to flush them back real quick. There we go. We're probably going to have to do this a couple times to flush it back. Until it kind of works for us. Here we go. Okay, this time should be better, right? Yeah, it's probably way too early to make sure that this already spins. We probably still need more balls, but let's keep it spinning for a bit. There we go. What are you now waiting on? You're waiting on some lambdas. I'm surprised that you're still spinning. Kinda want to see how long it takes him over here to keep on going. Can we go again? Boo! We need some more Xyz. There you go. We definitely need some more Thetas. And the balls we're looking for. Pom pom pom. Alright, put them in there. Still missing plates? Nah, the plate has arrived already. We're good for plate again. Spin it again, please. No, but science is moving again. Often see that the other one goes every now and then. I mean, most optimally, this should not overflow in a certain direction, but I kind of already have, well... I'm a little bit concerned about that high amount of fees we have in there. Might be fine. He's still doing something. It's still moving. But I think we can do with a couple more balls. Yeah, put these in there, and then get some seeds in there. Put these in there. We should also make sure that we always have enough plate in there as well, because else we overball it again by just adding more balls and not realizing we're out of plate. This time it's not the plate. We got a whole bunch of phi again. Phi and epsilon? No, only one epsilon. Maybe we do need the conversion machine in there as well that does phi and epsilon on its own. Without making use of the balls we already have going around. Mathlab mathing? I'm not quite sure. Could also be a not enough balls issue. And at the time being, we're kind of solving this by always just adding more balls in the hope it will be better. But that might not be the case. 120 is enough. Nonetheless, we need some X's in there. There's some C's. And no more C's to be found. Some more of these in there, please. I mean, one thing we do have to keep in mind as well is I mean, we get either this recipe or the other recipe, so there will be waxing and waning amounts of materials going through here. Yeah, but you're not doing anything. Well, when in doubt, more balls. If I can find any. There's some. There's some more. Alright, throw these in there. Llama boy, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But I do have to admit, all in all, this is by far, I think, the most annoying feature I've ever seen in Factorio. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, for a game yeah, I mean, you also have to keep in mind, I mean, this is definitely very complicated, and it will be For some people, it will just be so annoying to solve that they will either get frustrated or they will just have to take a blueprint from somebody else, and that can be very, very frustrating as well. That's more or less my problem right now, because if I would be lazy and just wanted to get it done with, I would have already picked up a blueprint from somewhere. I'm going to be like, here, this'll work, right? Don't give a fuck. It gaff. Make it go. You do have an operation that unlocks a lot of understanding? What do you mean by that? I mean, my idea over here was... I mean, what we need to do over here is we need to limit the operations that we're doing so that we are always nudging our project in the correct direction. My train of thought for that was if we just keep like a certain amount of input balls at any given point in time, then we can always safely do one of those operations, even if we might not need to, as long as we don't disrupt the other operations. But we do kind of seem to be backing up again on the fee nodes over there, and those fee nodes are not really being taken care of. Those fee nodes, we usually combine those with the epsilon nodes into what we need to do. I think what we need to do over here is make the machine in there as well that does... yeah, let's delete you. Let's move you down. And then this is the conversion machine, which we had planned in first, and we then got rid of because we thought that we don't need it. But I think we do need it. Because you're going to be hopping around the Omega over there. Get yourself a filter. Pump for the Omega. And you over there, you're going to be hopping around the Lambda? The Gamma. Whereas you're going to be not the Omega, and you're going to be not the Gamma. Will this be an operation we should always be doing? Maybe. But this is definitely a machine that takes in... or where both inserters should be controlled by the same thing over there. Where we could do the same thing over there, where we just say... if Xi and Gamma are less than 3, then you can do this operation over there, which will be you and you, but we need to filter you as well, because the only thing you're going to be entering over there is going to be epsilons. And the only thing you're going to be entering over there is going to be fees. And then we need at least one Gamma ball over there. Make that 2. That do it? Nope. Oh! Yeah, I think we just cut out a little bit too much, I think. Let's see if it keeps on moving. Alright, we're dead again. Unless... no. And then we're definitely dead. But it definitely nudged things in the correct direction. We got Omega, Phi, Theta, Gamma over there. The Phi is on the left side group, and everything else is on the right side group. So, Omega, Theta, Gamma. The reason we're not doing anything is because we don't have enough Zeta. Yes. And for that, we would need more Alpha going around. And by Alpha, I mean Lambda, of course. We also have to be a little bit concerned about this operation over there, that we don't do this too often. We do need to do it every now and then. We technically need to do this once for every one of these operations. Interestingly enough, you still say products finished 0, so we never did it. That's a problem. Not having done any of these inversions, even though we did like 161 over there and 18 over there, yeah, that's probably why things are kind of nudged on the wrong side and things are moving around too much. And for this operation to work, you do need to have at least a Zeta going around somewhere. I think order of operation might also be important right now. But you turn that into lambda, x's, epsilons, and v's, but you require a zeta for that. You also require a zeta for that. And to make more zetas, we either need more x's, or alternatively, we need more lambdas. I'm kind of thinking of moving this machine a little bit further over there. And yeah, because you never get the zeta. You only get the zeta from over there. Maybe turn this into an ore. Because this is definitely a very important machine as well. Important enough that I'm kind of thinking of... Well, let's see what we can find over here. We do need some zetas. There's some zeta over there. More over there. More over there. Do your operation at least 1-2 times. Because if this one over there is never working, then the entire operation will never work. Now you're still running because we have hand-fed you? But I still believe that you should be on this position. There we go. Let's see if that makes it a little bit better. It always looks very promising when things start moving, but it's only a matter of time that things stop moving. And they have stopped. Nope, never mind. They're still going. But the balance looks way better now. Suddenly we have a whole bunch of X's running around everywhere. But we're still lacking on the Zeta department. But all those Vitas are suddenly gone. I guess because we probably fed quite a bit into you. Which is not too bad, but you also make epsilons, and those epsilons, well, they do come out of you. Overall, the amount of balls we got on this belt going around, I think we can solve it with more balls. Hey, give me some more Zetas. Make more, please. There we go. Yeah, you're still waiting on more Zetas? Are they going around? I rarely see them. We're gonna get... No, we're not gonna get a Zeta out of view, but we get an Epsilon out of view. But that will be turned into a Lambda or into a Theta. XE. Lack of Thetas. And lack of... You. Lack of Xyz? No, we got a whole bunch of Xyz going around. I think some of them, not all of them, need to probably be on an ore schedule to keep things moving. And this is probably something we can always do, because we will always need the Zetas and we will always need the Lambdas. So we can always keep you open, because Lambdas go over there, Zetas go over there, Lambdas go over there, Zetas go over there. And let's see if we get stuck again. By the way, we're definitely going to get stuck because we're running out of plate. But plate is coming in. Hey, we need more plate. Bring me 200. I still see that arm moving. We're still making Tesseracts. Come on, come on. Okay, at the moment, it's, again, more an issue of not having enough Xi and not having enough Zeta. Because I guess we just consumed all the Xi in that machine over there. Because now we are kind of backing up on Omega. Omega. Omega is currently the biggest culprit. Omega does not go into there because that's being flip-flopped. Do we got a whole bunch of Lambda? We do have a whole bunch of Lambda. Technically, we could probably operate you a little bit more if we... Oh. There's a problem. Keep going then. There we go. There we go. That's looking better. Not complaining too much about it. Are all the balls catalysts, or are they all used? They are technically all catalysts, because they keep getting converted from like one type into another. They're not being used up. So the amount of balls we have is permanent. Which is also why I wanted to have a perfect solution, or a perfect-ish solution. But this is looking better. It's looking way better. Let's see if we can notice anything over there in the ball balance. Again, a whole bunch of fees are creeping up. But I think that might be fine. And technically, as long as we can see all 8 balls on the belt, it's definitely going to be fine. It just means that things are not there where they need to be yet. The output is semi-randomized. I mean, the amount of balls you put in will always correspond with the amount of balls you get out. But some of these recipes, especially for the Tesseracts, there's like 2 recipes. There's like the one with the red glow, and there's one with, I think, a purple glow. Those will swap on occasion. So depending on what recipe you have in front of you, you either get like more of one type of ball back or more of another type of ball. Yeah, red and purple. We are assuming that it will be 50-50. But for it to be 50-50, we do need to be able to buffer more than enough. It's still going. So I think we're good. And I still see occasionally like all 8 balls on the belt. Only took us like 3 days. What the fuck? Ah! I think we can do like maybe with a couple more balls. Also got to notice how fee went down quite a bit again. Omega is still quite high. 29. 30. 31. Does it go the other way at some point in time? 32. 33. 34. Don't want to see that. Go the other way. Ah, perfect. 33. I mean, with things slowly being converted into omegas. That's not good, is it? It could, of course, also just be like a natural point of distribution. I mean, if it's still running and we just... 36. I'm not confident about this one. I'm also seeing less and less of different balls on the belt. 39. But then again, we did set the limit to 3. And it's still going. So it might be correct. Was it you that makes? No. Alright. Been somewhat stable for 5 minutes? And there's not that many balls on the belt either? I think we might be good. Let's keep this rolling for now. Up to the point where it will not be good again, and then I will be very sad. Oh, look at that! Omega crashed down. We're now back to 23. Add some more balls to the ball pit. Alright, let's add some more balls to the ball pit. I think we can do it with a couple more. Did the recipe swap? The recipe swaps the entire time. I mean, it's purple now, and then later on it will be red. Purple again. That might also be the thing. We do get Omega as one of the outputs and Epsilon as the other one. So that might just be like a bias going on either way. It's still purple. Now it's red. So now the recipe swaps again. Yeah, that might be part of the problem. I think maybe adding a couple more balls might be a good idea. What are you mostly missing? You're mostly missing Zetas again. So let's give you some more Zetas. None of these. Some more of those. Some more of those. Some more of those. Some more of those. We could have explained the Omega drop. I guess it could. I mean, Omegas are mostly being consumed over there with Lambdas and with Epsilons over there. There we go. As long as we have the amount of fees under control, I think it's fine. Here we go. Here we go. Would still love to see both of these run, but at the same time, we also have the issue that I think we're slowly running out of Nacrium Plate over there as well, because they're just not bringing it fast enough. Nacrium Plate stacks up to 20. So that's 10 stacks. Bring me 20 stacks. And you know what? Double it. I'd always be making Tesseracts. Never stop making Tesseracts. Alright, let's get some more Zetas in there. Pum 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 pum. Will it matter what kind of boss he had? Maybe? I kinda would prefer to, if we add balls, that we add balls in through the recipe. Because then we can make sure that whatever comes out on the other end will be processed accordingly. If we just throw random balls onto the belt, then we might just start making stuff that we don't need anything more, and we might break the balance. Even though there's not really much balance to begin with. But yeah, we just kind of want to feel it like this more. There we go. Only took us like 3 days to build this stupid thing. Good. All right. But science is. We're now waiting on this thing over there, and we're now waiting on Nacrium processors. Ha! Remember that thing we made over there? It's time that we implement that one. Let's also give this some lamps. There we go. Because this seems to be going fine. We could still do with more Tesseracts. I'm actually not quite sure where all these Tesseracts are going the entire time. Are they just going into science over here? Oh, we need Tesseracts for tier 3 science? Okay. Fair enough. But we need to make more tier 4 science. And for that, oh, we're out of interstellar travel data. Alright, that's maybe also something we need to do. Then again, we got 1,000 catalogs over here. I don't think we need to do that anytime soon. Pom 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 pom. What did I want to take a quick look at? What about you? You are still kind of fine. We're still waiting on some more Prod 9 modules, but that is fine as well. And if we need to worry about over here, not really. We still only got one of you because we still need more processors. This thing seems to be going stable now. So I'm just going to ignore it for now. And we're also going to clean up all of this because that's no longer required. We had this machine over here as another ball balanced machine. This is the one that makes the processors. And of course, we cannot just clunk this down without thinking about it too much. Did we come up with a good solution for this one? I guess we did. But I think the inversions over here are probably going to be the more critical part that we need to worry about. Let's have a look at you, because the Nacrium processor for the year, you make lambdas and x's en masse. And to be able to process that, we... How does this even work? Lambdas and x's are all on the left side. So we need to do an inversion. Do we do both inversions? No, we're gonna do one inversion. Alright. One inversion with epsilon and phi, which we can do because we get lambda and phi out of that, which we are converting over there into lambda and xi over there, which we are converting over there into phi and epsilon. Yes. And once we got a couple of phi and epsilons over there, we can then invert that to make the ones that are missing on the other side. Because this recipe over here requires everything in the right side group, and from the left side group, it basically requires not lambda and not xi. So that is why this solution over there works as it is. Good. Which means the only thing we need to make sure over there is that we only do these inversions over here if and only if we got... Yeah, let's just read you real quick. Here we go. Here we go. We want to keep at least a couple of lambdas and phis in there. Like, only do this if we got, like, more than, say, 4 of each. Very arbitrary number. And if we have more of 4 of each, then you can do the calculation over there. Or you can do the check mark operation over there. You're going to be able this time. We're not going to forget that this needs to be larger than 0. That cost me some grief the last time around. There we go. And these over here can operate at infinited. The only thing we need to do over there is we need a sigma over there. There we go. That'll be fine. That will be whatever you need to flip around and do the flip-flop. Alright, and this over here eats Tesseracts as well as a little bit of the neural pipe coming in from all the way over there. We can get rid of this, we can get rid of that. We can get rid of all of this and all of that. Could you maybe not put that in my inventory, please? There you go. Good. This way around, the balls that are in there are currently in my pocket, but they will be going back onto the main belt over there soon. Good. Still going? Still going? I think we got a good solution for it now. Alright, alright. But we need to get this pipe from over there to over there somehow. Bum. We also don't need any of this. I cut the pipe? Oh, I did cut the pipe. Didn't even notice. And then we also need none of these. Alright, but if we already got the pipe going like this, we might as well add a second pipe over here going like this. Here we go. And then you come in from over there. That's the worst pipe ever. There we go. Give me that sweet, sweet, sweet brain juice. Let's rotate them around like this. I think that will be better. Good. Alright. Perfect. Alright, that's coming in. Then we need some requesting chests in there. Yeah, each one of these gets their own because they do kind of want to request quite a bit. Should maybe also get some speed modules in there. Bum. Good. Don't request the balls. You will never get them. But do maybe request like 10 Tesseracts. Oh, look at all the Tesseracts we now have. And maybe 100 of these processors, they stack up to 50, right? Yep. Good, do this and that. And do that and this. Perfect. Just add balls. And we can get this one over here going as well. We could also just add balls into there as well. But yeah, let's pick up everything we need. 2 of these, 2 of those, 2 of these, 2 of those. Oh yeah, do not put the balls in the red chest. It might be a very good idea, you know? How about not this? Good. Yeah, let's fill up one of these. No. Those balls I picked up, well, they kind of went on an adventure. Some one gas. There we go. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Kind of want to at least keep these somewhat balanced in there. What else do you need? You need 2 Zetas and 2 Gammas. All right. Let's look for those. One over there. 2 Gammas. What the hell, man? There must be one around here somewhere. Yes, one. There's the other. Wait, what? Oh, did it get stolen? What the fuck, man? There you go. Alright, 1, 2, and 1, 2. Good. You get 1, 2 as well. 1, 2. 1, 2. We would still need some fees. And propaganda, thank you so much for dropping by. Have a good one. Some fees. 1, 2. 2 Gammas and 2 Zetas again. Oh. Two Gammas and 2 Zetas. Alright. Yeah, that's probably correct, isn't it? Yeah, it's a sushi warehouse, definitely. Did we do this correctly? Wait a minute. No, we need to do this a little bit more. We kind of convert all of our alphas and all of our sigmas over there. We need some over there as well. Yeah, you only put stuff in there if we need to keep some. Yeah, the conditions need to be a little bit different. Only if there's more than 2. Same for you. Only do this if there is more than 2. And you over there, you need a completely different condition. It's not going to be like this. It's going to be... kick those out. All of these need to be true. And that's the opposite spectrum, which is this, that, this, and that. Less than 2. That didn't do shit. There we go. Good. Nah, just drop them in there. It'll be fine. They'll figure it out, right? Will they figure it out? That's actually a good question. If we just drop stuff at random in here, will they figure out what they need to be doing over there? You still need some Xyz. Alright, we'll get you a Xy. Yeah, there's 2 Xyz. Then we'll do the inversion. Both of them. Then you do your process. That goes in back. You do the conversion again. There we go. That seems to be somewhat positive. Need the other recipe. Something is stuck. Oh, we got exactly 2 Xyz in there. Nothing is stuck. We're just kind of lambda flooded. Which I guess is fine. But we require some more Xyz in there. There we go. Yeah, this over there also needs like a certain amount of balls over there so that it can keep on going what it needs to be doing. At the moment we got like 13 alphas in there. This will depend on which recipe we're doing over there. We'll swap. And by alphas I mean lambdas. And we're now waiting on some more sigmas. Yeah, we need some more Xyz in there. There's 2 more Xyz. I have these, and then we need 2 more because 2 went into the conversion recipe. Xy. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of them. There's some of these. There we go. By the way, still running. All that effort was not in vain. Here we go. And the slowest part over here is actually the conversion over there. Because the recipe itself is not that slow. It takes 30 seconds. There we go, there we go. And also the insert over there is... Yeah, we need more balls over here. We just require more balls over there. You're missing 2 fees, and you're also missing 2 fees. I don't really want to throw stuff willy-nilly in there. Let's just find themselves 2 fees and throw those in there. Like these 2 over there. And those 2 over there. Because I kind of have the feeling if we just drop random balls in there, then it might not be able to convert them all in the correct order. So, there we go. That's looking better. Technically, in this warehouse over here, there should only ever be lambdas and Xyz. But apparently, we can still do with a couple more fees. There's 2 more over there. There's 2 more over there. Good. Convert, please. What now? Still lacking more fees. Alright. Alright. I'll give you more. Bum, bum, bum. I placed one on the floor over there. What the hell? Yeah, unloading is a bit slow. That should be fine, right? Still running, still running. That's Tesseract production. We had a bit of a slug over here, but I think this was more due to a lack of the Quada plate. But Tesseract production is doing fine. How many are we making now? Or... Okay, now, I thought maybe the chests have backed up, but no. That was not the case either. Alright, you're missing... That's so many lambdas in there. What the fuck, man? You're missing C's. There's 3 C's in there. I'm just gonna put one in there real quick. I mean, we would still need more balls over there because we need enough ball space over there to balance itself out. And if C's are missing, yeah, whatever we find the lambdas and C's, we just throw in there. And then we just hope that the randomness will sort it out. Here, have these and have those. And they're not even moving. Because you're waiting on an epsilon. And you're waiting on everything else. And you're waiting on an epsilon and you're waiting on an epsilon. Really, we need more balls in here. Alright, alright. Where are these magnificent fuckers? Nowhere to be found. What do we have on the belt over there? A whole bunch of C's. Nice. We don't need those. Is there still something salvageable in these? We might need to throw some of the other balls in there, because this does not really seem to be getting us anywhere. Alright, apparently we still need more fees. Yeah, there's some fees over there. Have all of these. Have all of those. Have this. Have that. Mustani! Hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're still kinda not well. Put you over there. We got... No, we don't. Alright. Any epsilons we can steal? Yes! Well, one of that's. Really? One? Come on, man. There must be more around. Oh, man, you get one. I found one, you get one. And the imbalance over here is annoying, to say the least. Absolutely annoying. That would maybe help us as well a little bit more. That might be one too many now. Come on, activate already. It's surprising to see that we just end up with so many lambdas over here. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh, do we need that many? We need more epsilons. Alright. Let's see if we can find some more epsilons around here. One. We found one. Alright, we should maybe also... Yeah, let's remove all of these. Let's remove all of these, because these are no longer what we need to have over there. What we should do over here is at least have one of these going around. And we should read the belt and hold. And we should maybe check over here what we have a lot of and what we can convert it in. For example, we got lambda, theta, phi over there. Lambda, theta. Do this. And we just need to hand balance this belt over there like a little bit. The more we move into dedicated builds... What the fuck happened over there? Why all these balls in one block? How did that even happen? But the more of these we have like in ball restricted systems, the less we need to worry about them. Also nice to see that these are spitting again a little bit. There is some epsilons. There might also be some epsilons on this belt, but they're kind of hard to spot. I think I picked up 2 epsilons. Maybe I picked up 2 heaters. There's an epsilon. Alright. Have these epsilons. And make something out of that, please. And move them over there, please. There we go. The amount of lambda we're floating over here is just shocking. I think that's the best way to say it. Still demand more epsilons over there. Still demand more epsilons over there. We do get epsilons. We do convert our lambdas. And we actually convert our lambdas over there into epsilons. But we can only do that if we also get a good amount of xyz out of this. And xyz is exactly what's currently missing over here. Oh, here, put that in there, put that in there. Do one more conversion. There we go. Is that another lambda conversion? That was another lambda conversion. What do you miss? Epsilon, omega, zeta. Epsilon, omega, zeta. Not lambdas. If there's one thing that we don't need, it's lambdas. Why are we converted to the Greek alphabet? I've been shuffling around so much Greek letters these last couple of days that I'm almost completely into Greek letters. Again. Oh, there we go. Put all of these in there, please. You're missing zetas. We can put these in there. That will activate you. That will make you do a thing. That make you do a thing, and you do a thing. What we're trying to do over here is we're doing some ball folding. And the reason why we're doing ball folding over here is because it's the end tier game where we need to deal with these Tesseracts, these Arcospheres, which is not too bad, but they're being a bit of a bitch. Not gonna lie. Do need some more of these as well. Who was it? Was it you? It was you. There we go. We keep getting kind of unlucky over here with the recipe a bit. Because we keep on making lambdas. There must be a critical point at some point in time where things will just move in the other direction, right? 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 I guess we can pick up some more of these. We most likely need more of these. There we go. There we go. What's on the service belt at the moment? Phi Thetas. Is Phi Theta something we can do? Theta Zeta? Theta Epsilon? Phi Gamma? Yeah. It'll be fine. Alright. Have these. Make it so, please. Also, have these. You're gonna need these. You're still making lambdas. Could you stop making lambdas, please? If there's one thing we don't need, it's more fucking lambdas. We do need some more gammas and some more omegas over there. I'm just gonna steal these omegas and I'm gonna place them over there. And then we need to find ourselves some gammas. That's more omegas, lambdas. I'll take the C. Yeah, some gammas. Gamma. And we might actually need to pick up some more orbs because these dedicated builds take way more than I thought they would be. Oh. Yeah. Alright, you need some more, I guess. There's one. We definitely need some more epsilons, so if we see them, we pick them. Gamma, so it's probably also a good thing to pick up. We don't need any of these, we don't need any of those. Pick up some more of these epsilons. We don't need these, we don't need those. Pick up some more gammas. Still running, by the way. Make it so. There's like almost 100 lambdas in here. What the hell, man? What the hell? So much for this thing evening itself out. I kinda hate that actually, that it's not evening itself out. I mean, we could try to nudge the recipe by hand and try to pick the other recipe whenever we can. I'm kind of curious about when it decides to flip recipes over here. If it's like a time-based thing, or if it's... pick these up again. Or if it's based upon the current time in the game. If it's based upon the current time in the game, we could be very unlucky the entire time. If it's just switching after I complete the recipe, then on average, we should be fine. Oh. Oh. We got lambda. We got lambda for days. Well, at least this time you're waiting on Zeta over there, and over there you're also waiting on Zeta. Any Zetas? These things are fucking empty. And some Zetas over there. Here we go. Yellow and orange. Perfect. Orange and orange. Not quite sure if that's the color we want to see. Which is the color we want to see that brings us more... maybe orange is the color we want to see. Come on, we should have the critical mass by now. Orange is the color we want to see. Perfect. Put more X's in the air, less lambdas. Keep it orange for a while. Not yellow, orange! There we go. It's not going to be the fastest recipe because those inversions at the bottom do take some time. Double orange. I'll keep the machine going. Maybe we have finally found the critical mass over here. But the amount of lambda we have in this chest is kind of ridiculous. We were very unlucky for multiple crafts in a row. Double yellow. I don't want to see that. Put it away. That's disgusting. Give me double orange. Well, that's orange yellow. Double orange, please. Oh, but you look at that. Science is moving again. Okay, it seems to be balancing itself out again. Also, this machine over there, still running. Good. Which also kind of means that we will no longer need any of this. All of this can go away as well. Good, 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 good. Excellent. Now, we might still need to rebuild these machines over here. Now that we are, like, so much smarter about what we're doing over here, we could probably do that. But the more important part right now is that we keep on making these processes over there. And that we keep on making the Tesseracts. That's the two important parts right now. Tesseract production is excellent. We're actually backed up. We're backed up on Tesseracts, which is impressive to say. Newer processes, or not new, Nacrium processes, we're not backed up yet. That's a slow-moving process, but we're making them at least. We're making them. Here we go. Here we go. As long as this over there also keeps on going 24/7, we should be fine as well. Good. This block over here with the science blocks, it might be fine. It's probably not fine. This definitely also requires a rebuild, but that's probably something I'm going to figure out off camera, because I had enough of doing math on stream for the rest of the year. I'm at least very happy that we now have a fully working Tesseract machine, and, well, we already knew this thing would be working. I was just a little bit surprised about the amount of buffer we need over here to actually make it work. This could still ultimately get stuck if, for whatever reason, we run out of a buffer in one direction or the other, which I hope will never happen, but that could happen if we're not careful. Once we rebuild these science built over there, we will then no longer need to deal with any kind of balls. The only reason we would need to deal with more balls is if we want to make more science. But for now, this over here is perfectly fine. Science is moving, so we are getting into the bigger factory spaceship techs over here very slowly. Not as fast as I had hoped we would be going, but fast enough. It takes about another 3 hours at this rate to get to factory ship Mark 5. And then I guess another 6 hours to get to factory ship Mark 6. Once we got both those techs in, we can finally build the even bigger ship with an even bigger reactor. That's probably also going to be a little bit more clunky and less gappy as this one over there. And then we can finally go at least for the victory of the spaceship. For the victory with the coordinates, we would still need to do something else. And that would actually do require some pen and paper afterwards. But for now, I think we are good to go. We can also get rid of all of this for there because that's not going to be required anymore. Good. At least the test. I'm so happy that this fucking Tesseract machine is working perfectly now. Like the amount of head scratch we have put into this thing over here to make it work. Ugh. But it's working now, and that's the important part. I think it could still be more optimized, but I'm gonna leave it like that as it is because that's fine. And yes. All right, let's call it here. Pum. Last objective for today. Who are we gonna be bothering with our balls today? Pum. Let's have a look. Let's have a peek. It's not that many live. I guess people are probably still like on Christmas break. We could rate Banish one more time. Or Cyclomactic. Let's rate Cyclomactic. Alright. Thank you so much for today. It was definitely the last of the ball busting episodes because, yeah, it was getting annoying even for me. But I'm happy that we got the solution now at the end. For the people that have seen it, we've also talked a bit about Megatron and his current state of development. His voice needs a lot of work, and also how he acts, and also how he speaks, and also how he does things. That was all kind of better with 11 Labs. I don't really want to go back to 11 Labs, but worst case scenario, we will just have to go back to 11 Labs, because if they just make better quality and the money, then I will gladly pay money for that. But I would still prefer if I could somehow self-host all of that stuff, so because I got the hardware for it, so why not use it? I'll be back on Monday, most likely. Oh, Monday might be a break day. Worst case scenario, I'm back on Tuesday. 7 p.m. with more Factorio. Thursday with more Factorio. Soon, maybe next week or the week after, we're gonna be switching it up on Friday again with a different game. I already got a couple games in mind. There's actually a whole bunch of things coming out very soon, which I kind of want to either get back into or back into because it's been quite a while since we played it on the channel. So keep that in mind. But at the moment, we're just gonna keep going with Factorio for like a little bit longer. Nevertheless, thank you so much for today. Have a good one. Until next time. Good.